A very good afternoon to all of you. I hope I'm visible as well as audible. Guys, please give me a quick confirmation in the chat box so that we can start with today's session. And I hope you guys are doing well, and I hope your preparation is going really, really well as well. So, the thing is, today's class is going to be a power-packed assembly of three important things which you might have seen in the sample paper. The first one is reading comprehension, the second one is vocabulary, and the third one is grammar. So basically, we have created this comprehensive, rapid revision series so that you can have, I would say, a very productive preparation beforehand. Okay, so let's get started. And yes, hello everyone. Hi Arnav, hi Madhav, hi Arushi. Thank you for the confirmation. So I hope you guys are ready. अच्छा, एक और चीज कि हो सकता है कि there might be like occasions where you might want to jump to another question. For example, not many people like to solve passages. Okay, so what we'll do is, so we'll keep like a motley of everything. So 10, 20 questions of grammar, then some vocabulary questions, and a passage like that. Okay, so this is going to be the ground rules. And wherever you feel that, you don't want to do a particular type of question, do let me know because I want this to be super productive. I don't want you to waste your time, right? Because time is of essence. So, start करते हैं आज का सेशन और coming back to, I hope my screen is visible perfectly. हाँ, आज दो थोड़ी जल्दी बज गए माधव. उसका रीजन ये है कि सेशन जो है वो आज हमने थोड़ा जल्दी स्टार्ट कर दिया है, बट नॉट रियली अ प्रॉब्लम. तुम लोगों का ही टाइम बचेगा. ठीक है. सो द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज बाय द वे बेस्ड ऑन आइडेंटिफाइंग द ग्रामेटिकल एरर. ठीक है, तो ये ग्रामर पे बेस्ड क्वेश्चन है एंड यू विल हैव टू रीड द क्वेश्चन thoroughly, see whether there is a part of the sentence which is grammatically incorrect, and then let me know the answer in the chat box. Okay, chalo, let's get started. Arushi is the only one who has given the answer. What about the others? Oh, by the way, let me just tell you a little something about what a jugular vein is. So, jugular is basically this part, okay, the neck area. And the vein, obviously, that is in that part is jugular vein. And embolism is basically a blockage in the blood vessels. A blockage in the blood vessels. That is an embolism. Any answers? Or should we discuss? इतना डिफिकल्ट तो नहीं था फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Hello, let's start. So here it's given if you get a clot in the internal jugular vein, the clot could travel to the lungs and cause a pulmonary embolism. ठीक है? I already told you the meaning of jugular vein. Okay? It's basically the vein which lies in the neck area. And if there is a clot in that vein, then the clot can easily travel to the lungs and it can also cause a pulmonary embolism. Embolism is a blockage in the blood vessel. And obviously, if there is a blockage, because you already know that that is kind of, अगर आपके vessels में, blood vessels में blockage होता है, तो that leads to cardiovascular problems. So that's very, very dangerous, not danger. Here they have used noun whereas we were supposed to use an adjective. So the part that has an error is option D. Exactly. I hope you have understood this. This was pretty simple. Okay, let's discuss. So it is basically based on the rule of thumb, which is simple present tense. So you already know that if a subject is singular, the verb also has to be singular. And here we can clearly see that Phil Schiller, who is the head of marketing at Apple, says, because says is a singular verb, say is a plural verb. So automatically the error lies in the B part. Now, moving to the next one. This is based on idioms. Have you ever heard this idiom before? Under the auspices of. So, by the way, under the auspices of means with the help, support, or protection of someone or something. I would like to give you another idiom which is similar and that has the same meaning. So that अगर इन दोनों में से कोई भी idiom आया, तो you will be able to at least answer the correct. So one is under the auspices, another is under the aegis of. Have you heard this before? So Aegis is known to be the shield of Zeus. ओके अगर आप लोगों ने जूस पोसाइडन हेडीज के बारे में पढ़ा होगा, किसी को अगर रोमन ग्रीक माइथोलॉजी में इंटरेस्ट होगा, तो वहां पे Zeus basically used to carry this shield and that used to provide him the support protection that he needed from his enemies. So remember this, okay? Under the auspices of, under the aegis of, both have the same meaning. By the way, there are two correct answers for this. I don't know whether you guys have noticed it. Yes, the meaning of dance attendance on. That means as soon as I take the attendance, the other person starts dancing for me. It basically means to obey somebody's every wish, every whim in a very obsequious manner. Obsequious का मतलब होता है when you are trying to flatter somebody by basically, using some exaggerated language, या highly respectful language, just to earn some favor from that person. Usually, a teacher's pet is known as an obsequious person, या तो boss's favorite. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे वही बात हो रही है कि dance attendance on. By the way, we have two correct answers. I think they made a mistake there. So it's option B and option C, both of them, because both of them actually fit well with the meaning of dance attendance on. So do one's utmost to please someone by taking care of all of their requests and comply completely with someone's demand or wishes. Okay? So the correct answer is option B and C. Very good, Arushi. By the way, contrary to popular belief, this is not at all a happy idiom. देखने में ऐसा लग रहा है कि you're trying to make somebody really, really happy, but the thing is, it's quite the opposite. So when you are leading somebody to a merry dance, इसका मतलब है you are doing unnecessary things which are not even required. Sometimes ऐसा होता है ना कि somebody leads you on only to disappoint you later. And that's exactly what leading someone to a merry dance actually means. So इसका मतलब actually ये होता है to cause someone a great deal of trouble or worry. So you are leading somebody on as if you are interested only to cause them a great deal of trouble. So option C is the correct answer. Remember that. This looks like a positive idiom, but it is not. Ready to discuss? So let me tell you the origin story of never darken someone's door. So darken का मतलब यहाँ पे होता है when the shadow falls on the threshold of somebody's door, and this shadow is something that the host is not really expecting. इसका मतलब ये होता है कि एक unwanted guest का आना. That means when you are trying to darken someone's door, that means you are an unwanted guest in their place. Okay, so basically, never darken someone's door का मतलब होता है keep away from someone's home permanently. That means do not be that unwanted visitor. ठीक है, where darken stands for the shadow at the threshold of someone's door. Okay, so answer is option D. Now, this is based on Parajumbles, and if you have ever attended a class with me before, I might have definitely discussed with you how to solve Parajumbles the right way. And I always suggest that always go from options to the Parajumbles. The reason is it actually gives you a clear idea. Also, identify the mandatory pairs. So mandatory pairs बहुत सारे होते हैं. Mandatory pairs could be cause and effect relationship. It could be chronological order. For example, firstly, secondly, या किसी डेट को मेंशन किया हुआ है तो वी फॉलो द डेट पैटर्न. देन इट कुड बी noun and pronoun relationship. It could be a question and answer relationship that forms a pair. So even if you have identified a mandatory pair, it will help you at least like remove or eliminate other options. ठीक है? So be very very mindful when you're solving this. You've got one answer from Kushal. What about the others? Okay. Have you identified the introductory statement where we get introduced to the protagonist of the story? क्योंकि अगर वो तुम लोगों को समझ में आ गया है तो ऑटोमेटिकली आंसर तो आ ही जाएगा. And yes, Kushal. So tell me, have you found the introductory statement जहां पे हमें protagonist से introduce करवाया जाता है? It's this. She began walking up and down the hall, and whenever the butler came by, she asked him the time. That shows that the lead actress, the protagonist, is nervous, or maybe she's going through a bout of restlessness. ठीक है? तो ये आपको यहाँ पे समझ में आता है और आगे चल के पता चलता है ये रेस्टलेसनेस क्यों फील हो रही है. ठीक है? So we start with Q. That automatically gives us the answer, by the way. And then we see this. She kept telling herself was the one plane she must not miss. So probably we get to know the reason of her restlessness. And then we get more information of her restlessness, which is additional information in P. It had taken months to persuade her husband to allow her to go. That means the reason why she cannot miss this plane is because it has taken her months to convince her own husband. Okay, so this is the second statement, third, and fourth. Also, P and S, they are a pair. और जो कि आपको कहीं भी नहीं देखने को मिलता है. So P and S, it's a pair. Answer is option A. This was relatively simple, and it kind of looks like a prolonged part of the previous parajumble, right? And I think most of you have given the correct answer as well. Very good. So we get to know, सबसे पहले तो again, what is the most important thing here? Option R. This is our opening statement. This was an important journey for Mrs. Foster. Then we also get to know why it was an important journey. And that is something we find in P. She was going all alone to Paris to visit her daughter, her only child, who was married to a Frenchman. And then we also get to know that how she feels very deeply for her own daughter, but not so much for the Frenchman, which is extra information. And obviously, the last part is moreover. Moreover, एक basically transition word है. So moreover is only to add extra information, but then it is basically here tying up the entire passage together. ठीक है, तो आंसर क्या होना चाहिए? RPSQ. And I think most of you have given the right answer. Well done. One thing here is supremely clear that P is the opening statement because you can see the options. It has opened the statement with P only. So all you need to do is arrange the rest of the part. So we get to know that Susan didn't quite know what to do when she heard this news. And the next best thing that we are supposed to find out is how did she take this news? Okay, so we get to know जैसे कभी भी हमें एक बहुत ही shocking सी खबर मिलती है तो we kind of stay rooted to the place that we are in, right? We need to sit down, we need to relax a bit, we need to calm ourselves down. The same thing Susan tends to be doing in which statement? R. She stayed sitting on her bench for at least another half hour. That is how she took the news. Okay? Wondering where she might go to spend the night. अब वो सोच रही है कि where should she go? Then the next best thing that comes to our mind here is she hated to leave the airport right now because she's on the airport, so this is going to come first. And she didn't wish to see her husband. That means her own house is probably ruled out already. So the correct answer is option A. Very good. Neelam, Arushi, Nishita, absolutely correct. I think this one is the easiest of the lot. Also, did you see a noun pronoun relationship here? Because that is a mandatory pair. And what is the noun pronoun relationship? Can anybody tell me? What is the mandatory pair? Very good. Exactly, Arushi. So we get to see a noun pronoun relationship. Bess and Daisy dropped off to sleep at once, but Mary lay awake. Suddenly she sat up. क्योंकि Mary जगी हुई थी, so suddenly she sat up. And these two are one pair. Exactly. So the answer is जहाँ पे हमें Q और R साथ में दिख रहा है, वो दो जगह दिख रहा है. This is eliminated, this is eliminated. One is PQRS and another one is PSQR. But one thing is very clear that this is the opening statement, right? अब उसके बाद this kind of fits because it gives us more information of what the girls have been doing. So automatically ये खुद ही sequence में दिया ही हुआ था तो PQRS is the correct answer. That's why I said that this one is the easiest of the lot. The right answer is PQRS. The next few questions are based on vocabulary. By the way, you guys do know the answer of this because whoever has answered, they have answered correctly. But I would like to know whether you know the meanings of the other three words. Yes, so one who likes the company of others is a gregarious person. We also call such a person a sociable person, right? But what about the other three words? Intrepid. किसको meaning पता है इसका? Intrepid, exactly, Madhav. It means fearlessness. Then ingenious. If you are an ingenious person, that means you think cleverly. Ambiguous is pretty common, so I'm sure that everybody knows the meaning of ambiguous. Unclear. Okay? Okay, let's discuss the answer. Something understood only by a few people is basically arcane, which I think most people have given the right answer to. Now, what is fervor? If you do something with fervor, that means you are doing it with a great deal of passion. Fortitude, showing bravery in adversity. Difficult times में bravery दिखाना is fortitude. And by the way, you might have studied obtuse and acute angles, right? But apart from mathematics, they also have a different meaning in English. So when I talk about an obtuse person, it means I am referring to a dumb, stupid person. So if obtuse is dumb and stupid or silly, then what is the opposite of this? So if you are an acute person, obtuse angle, acute angle, this is the opposite. Acute means sharp, clever. Yes, exactly, Priya. Obtuse, dumb, stupid, acute, sharp, clever. याद रखना इस चीज को. Let's move to the next one. Please read the question carefully because here they have talked about the opposite. They are no longer asking you the synonym, they are asking you the opposite. Who's going to tell me what is the meaning of mirth? Mirth is laughter, happiness. So automatically, it's very easy to find out the opposite of this, which is melancholy, something to do with sadness, extreme sadness. Optimistic का मतलब होता है one who lives their life positively. And panache. Does anybody here know what is panache? So back in the day when I was in, I think, school, I used to use this word a lot because I loved the way it sounded. So does anybody know the meaning of panache? No, it's not to do something. It's basically stylish elegance. So if you do things with panache, that means you do things in a distinctive, stylish way. Okay? Yes, very extra in today's terminology. Rapport. So suppose you and I, we share a good rapport. That means a relationship based on trust and respect. That is, yes, compatibility or a good relationship. Absolutely right. Now you're supposed to fill in the blank with the appropriate word. So we have got two words, regiments and regimen. Obviously, we cannot add habitual here because habitual would be grammatically incorrect. Regiments का मतलब होता है military unit. Again, won't really fit. So the correct answer is regiments. Regiments का मतलब क्या होता है? A structured plan or a strategy. Answer is option C. So in simple terms, parochial actually means local, traditional, even orthodox. So what should be the answer? The answer is option C, conservative. But what is the meaning of tangential? I think again in geometry you might have studied tangents, right? It means diverging from a previous course. And reprimanding, if your teacher reprimands you for not doing your homework, it means expressing disapproval or scolding. So reprimanding is scolding, criticize, punishment, exactly. So the next few questions are based on reading comprehension passage. The passage is really interesting and I hope you like it. But the thing is, do you want to see the questions first or do you want to see the passage first? Also, one more thing, I would want you guys to kind of click a picture of the passage so that you can read it on your own pace. ठीक है? Also the questions. वो ज़्यादा I think convenient रहेगा तुम लोगों के लिए if you can. Otherwise, I'll definitely be showing the passage to you on the screen. ठीक है? So you want to see the questions because I generally follow the QPA method. We see the questions first, we mark our keywords. So I hope everybody has a rough notebook in front of them. Read the questions, mark your keywords. अच्छा यहाँ पे बहुत सारे बच्चे passage पढ़ने का बोल रहे हैं. So let's get started with the passage only in that case. Arushi, we need a tiebreaker here then, in that case. Also, if you do not know the meaning of any of the words here, let me know in advance. So I'll highlight it for you and we'll discuss the meaning when I start discussing the passage. Any word that you do not know the meaning of? Okay. Is everybody done? Okay. The next part. Is everybody done reading or do you need a minute? Shall I take you to the questions? All right. So I'm assuming everybody is done reading. This is the first question. That's what I said, Madhav. Even I found it really interesting and wanted to know more about it, but I'll definitely look it up later. Look at the question carefully. On which assumption the entire story has been fashioned? Think again. Yes, exactly. Definitely an irony. Also, do you guys know anything about extreme words? Because that's where you need to be extra cautious. Most people went with option D as the answer, isn't it? You want to see the first page of the passage? Sure. Give me a second. So most people went with D as the answer, but did you see the word sure? because that is an extreme word. Arushi, let me know once you're done. All right. Let me just quickly share the meanings of these words. Jeopardous means dangerous. Impiously, somebody who is non-religious. Then we have mauled, attacked. Okay, answers then 16th. I think there's only one person who has given the correct answer, and that happens to be Daksh. And also, I think Yadav. Yadav, I don't know your name, so you'll have to tell me your name. See, I already told you that we need to find the assumption on which the author has written this story. Okay? पहली बात तो, this is an extreme word. How many of you know what are extreme words? Any idea? Extreme words are words like always, only, surely, solely, primarily, mostly. ये कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स हैं. ठीक है. अब बात ये है कि अगर एक्सट्रीम वर्ड यूज किया गया है तो you need to find the extreme word being used in the passage as well in order for it to be your answer. Very, never, बिल्कुल सही. Only, absolutely right. तो बात यहाँ पे ये है कि if one owns a hope diamond, he sure has faced misfortune. Whereas जब हम हेनरी होप के बारे में बात करते हैं तो he did not really face any misfortune because उसके बारे में बस बताया गया है कि after his death somebody else had the hope diamond. तो क्या हम surely कह सकते हैं कि everybody has actually faced misfortune? And also, can an assumption be based on extremity? क्योंकि ये तो assumption का question है. ठीक है. So the Hope Diamond is the most famous cursed object in the world. This is not really the answer because the writer himself has said that this is one of many. So there are other diamonds as well that have some superstitious stories attached to it. Okay? The answer is option B, that there are people in the world who still believe in superstitious beliefs like curses. Whether it is true or not, we do not know. उसी के basis पे उसने पूरी ये story लिख दी है. ठीक है. Then we have, it has a recorded fact that whosoever owned this diamond met his death. Again, this is a bit more extreme here. और अगर recorded fact है तो वो तो fact की बात कर रहा है, assumption तो होगा ही नहीं. So how it will be an assumption? The answer is option B. Okay, I'll be discussing this question later. I have already seen your answers. And by the way, how many of you know all of these literary devices? Because only then you will be able to answer. And please mention the question number also from question number 18th onwards so that I clearly know your answers. Okay, let me explain what are these literary devices so that it's a bit easier. Okay, सबसे पहले तो let's talk about anaphora. It's the repetition of the first few words in subsequent clauses. How many of you have heard Martin Luther King's speech, I Have a Dream? किसी ने सुनी है speech? Because Martin Luther King keeps on repeating, I have a dream, and then some sentence, then I have a dream, I have a dream, I have a dream. So I'll give you one simple example here. Can you see this sentence? And can you see that every single time I'm starting a clause is basically a simple sentence which has a subject and a verb. I'm repeating the same words. What are those same words? बताओ यहाँ पे क्या है वो सेम वर्ड्स जो मैं बार बार रिपीट कर रही हूँ. I like to read, I like to work out, I like to jump on trampolines. This is an example of anaphora. कुछ समझ में आया? So when I repeat some words in the beginning of every clause that I speak, that is anaphora. Okay? Moving on to the next category. If you want to click a picture, you can because I'm going to erase this. So click a picture or note down whatever is okay for you. Anastrophe is when normal order of words are inverted. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? Look at the way we speak with each other. Proper grammatical order, right? But उसी की जगह पे if I just change the sequence of the words. For example, powerful you have become. वैसे ग्रामेटिकली और टेक्निकली क्या लिखना चाहिए था मुझे यहाँ पे? And I'm erasing this now. Powerful you have become. Does the sentence sound free flowing to you guys? इसकी जगह पे होना चाहिए था you have become powerful. Exactly. So what did I do? I changed the normal order of words. मैंने words का जो sequence था वो इधर उधर कर दिया. Although the meaning can still be understood, but वो grammatically free flowing नहीं लग रहा है अब statement. And that is anastrophe. Did you get it? If you want to note down, please do. Done? Let's talk about anthropomorphism. By the way, anthropomorphism and personification, both of them are very similar to each other. And anthropomorphism सिर्फ literary device की तरह ही use नहीं होता है. तो याद रखना एक चीज कि in personification we basically personify non-living things. Basically, the non-living things are given qualities of human being. For example, the breeze smiled or the wind kissed my cheeks. Okay, ये personification होता है. But कभी तुम लोगों ने for example जातक कथाएं पढ़ी हैं? Have you ever read Aesop's fairy tales? Yeah, you might have even watched cartoons, Tom and Jerry. तो जब हम cartoons देख रहे होते हैं जहाँ पे animals they start behaving like human beings. Okay? Yes, exactly. Even animals. तो वही बता रही थी आरुषि. तो बात ये है कि animals कितना ज़्यादा human beings की तरह behave कर रहे हैं. If the degree is higher, that means it is anthropomorphism. समझ में आया? Anthropomorphism is when non-living entities, animals, they start behaving like animals, behaving like humans, sorry. ठीक है? So, see, anthropomorphism. Is there anybody here in the class who has read George Orwell's Animal Farm? Because Animal Farm में all the animals keep on talking to each other, completely behaving like human beings. Okay, personification जो होता है personification में basically human characteristics are given to non-living things. For example, the strawberries were calling my name. But actually strawberries ये नहीं कर रही है, but it's just that it appears tempting. Yes, exactly. I hope you are done noting this down. Taking you to the last one, which is archetype. Archetype, in simple words, is the perfect example or a universal symbol for something. क्योंकि बहुत क्लियर है आरुषि. देखो ना, एक जगह पे पूरे के पूरे एनिमल्स, नॉन लिविंग थिंग्स वो असली में आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, जो जनरली फिक्शनल स्टोरीज में होता है, या कार्टून्स में होता है, या कॉमिक बुक्स में होता है, जहाँ पे सारे एनिमल्स जो होते हैं उनका नाम होता है और फिर वो आपस में बात कर रहे होते हैं, दैट इज एंथ्रोपोमॉर्फिज्म। वहीं पे ही when we use personification, basically I'm just giving characteristics of humans to a non-living thing. Okay, for example, the court stood tall with its looming presence. तो क्या यहाँ पे जो कोर्ट है वो किसी से बातें कर रहा है ह्यूमन बींग्स की तरह? समझो डिफरेंस। ठीक है, सो आई एम इरेजिंग दिस। ओके, tell me, if I ask you what are the qualities of a hero, what are you going to say? हमारा हीरो कैसा हो? बताओ क्या क्या क्वालिटीज होंगी तुम्हारे हीरो में? ओके, ब्रेव, so worth taking a risk basically, so that is the same thing, showing courage. Then what else? Honest, kind, hardworking, handsome doesn't hurt. ओके, तो बात यहाँ पे ये स्मार्ट, एग्जैक्टली। अब जब मैंने इतनी क्वालिटीज लिखी दी है तो क्या तुम लोग सब अग्री कर रहे हो मुझसे कि हीरो ऐसा ही होता है? ग्रेगेरियस, एग्जैक्टली। सो यू गाइज अग्री राइट? क्लेवर, इंटेलिजेंट, यही सारी क्वालिटीज होती हैं। दिस इज बेसिकली अ यूनिवर्सल सिंबल। सो अगर मैंने बोल दिया हीरो, तो तुम्हें पता है कि योर माइंड विल हैव अ पिक्चर पेंटेड। ओके, सो दैट्स द रीजन यूनिवर्सल सिंबल is known as archetype, and that is basically your literary devices. So I hope this is clear. Similarly, अगर मैं villain के बारे में बात करूंगी तो you will have some adjectives for a villain as well. That is also a universal symbol. Okay, now moving on to the next part. मुझे लगता है कि मैंने समझा तो दिया है, but you still might not know the answer, but let's see. Question number 19. I hope you still are very much connected to what we are doing and basically not worrying about your scores, because that's what I see happening in the chat box. Any answers for question number 19? I hope you have read the question carefully. And the last question for this passage. Then I'll quickly give you an overview of the passage. and we'll discuss the answers. By the way, just wanted to ask if your exam is lined up this Sunday. All right. So let's have a quick go through of the passage. So we get to know that diamonds have fascinated human beings since time immemorial, and that's why we keep on seeing, mentions of diamonds in our folklore, mythology as well. और यहाँ पे एक और चीज बताई गई है कि these diamonds are associated with good luck and bad luck both, right? And one of these stories is of the spectacular gem Hope Diamond. और होप डायमंड की कहानी इतनी स्पेशल इसलिए है because again there are a lot of curses attached to it. So the first thing that we see happening here is it's a beautiful blue diamond. So we get some information. It weighs over 45 carats. You can imagine it is a heavy diamond, and it is about the size of a walnut, and it is worth around $250 million rupees, which is a huge amount, right? Now the thing is, however, भले ही जो भी उसका price है, कितना भी expensive है, whatever it is, it's not about that anymore because, however, there are many people who would think twice about buying it because it is said to be cursed. ठीक है, श्रापित है वो. उसका reason ये है because that's what most people believe, पहली बात तो. So Carl Schucker in his book The Unexplained, he kind of talks about this dangerous gem. Why? Because first of all, it used to be found on an Indian idol's brow. But then a Hindu priest, a lowly Hindu priest, became a thief and kind of stole it from there. And from there onwards, it started a cycle of being cursed. So सबसे पहले तो there was this unholy, slow and agonizing death of this priest. The next thing that happened was पहली बात तो उसका फिर से origin बताया गया है कि it has been unearthed from Golconda mines by the Krishna River in southwest. But हाँ, उसके बाद it was made to go to the European countries. So it made its European debut in the year 1642, and it was bought by a French merchant who then later sold it to King Louis the 16th. Now the thing is, King Louis the 16th वहां पे बेच के this French merchant earned a significant profit, but then later he was mauled to death. That means attacked by a pack of wild dogs. So यहाँ पे भी समझ में आता है कि despite having all the money in the world, it cannot really save you from a curse. Then moving to the next one. Yes, the diamond kind of stayed in the French royal family for quite some time, but later it was stolen during the French Revolution because obviously during war-like situations, things like that get stolen first. So Louis the 16th and Marie Antoinette, they were beheaded. और जब वो behead हुए थे, तो that was also considered as a part of chain reactions because of the curse of the Hope Diamond. ठीक है? फिर आगे चल के later on it went on missing for few decades, but later it turned out to be, I think किसी ने उसको कट करके बेचना शुरू कर दिया था probably. And then there are unconfirmed reports that it belonged to Britain's king George IV, whose estate sold it to pay off his enormous debts. So originally it belonged to this British king, but he had to sell it off because he wanted to kind of pay the debt. Then in 1839, the diamond was acquired by Henry Thomas Hope, and after which the diamond got its name Hope. But ये नहीं पता चलता है कि whether Henry David Hope also underwent the same kind of future, because उनकी सिर्फ आप बोल सकते हो डेथ के बारे में बात हुई है, but not really an unfortunate death or something which looks like an attack, something that looks like a bad luck. So the misfortune attributed to the diamond, and after Hope's death again, the diamond was passed through several owners. उसके बाद ये हुआ कि people started, talking about it in exaggerated terms. So soap opera writers, they started writing about it extensively. They started talking about the curse of Hope Diamond, and बातें ऐसी होने लग गई कि जिसके पास भी होता है, the owners commit suicide, they go bankrupt. Some people even become insane. So all of these things are a part of The curse. The Hope Diamond is the most famous cursed diamond in the world, as we can see, but it is only one of many. So it's not the only one, pehli baat to, right? So there's this another book, The Giant Book of Superstition by Claudia de Lis, and there she talks about how diamond superstitions are now found everywhere. So this is something which is a common story, I think, which is attached to diamonds, and that's why वो जो assumption वाला question था वो इसी चीज पे based था कि whenever there are diamonds in questions, people have their own set of worries and superstitions around it. Okay, so again, a typical Eastern superstition is that the possession of extremely large diamonds always brings misfortune. So ये भी, this is by the way an extreme statement here. Okay, and then a long history of blood, theft, loss of empire, ये सारी चीजें तो उसके repercussions में लिखा ही जाता है. तो again, it's not simply just about Hope Diamond, it's about basically usually giant diamonds which people own, and they have this series of curses to kind of match. So वही बताया गया है यहाँ पे. Now, we already discussed this one. Yes, the author would not agree with which of the following questions. So if you might have looked closely, first and second, both of them have been talked about in the first two paragraphs, right? The origins of the Hope Diamond is in India, true. It is because the diamond was taken from a Hindu temple idol, the owners of the diamond suffered its wrath, true. Because the Hope Diamond is cursed, its price is usually of no significance. Do you really think that its price is of no significance? Then why people keep on stealing it? Okay. Secondly, why people keep on selling it at a hefty price if the price is of no significance? So obviously the writer is not going to agree with this. And last one, a lot of history of the Hope Diamond is not clearly known. Again, yes, the information, the bits and pieces that we have received here, it's only because of some people who kind of mentioned it in their books, but we do not really know the exact history. आप बोल सकते हो the origin story and whether who was the first owner. It's just आप बोल सकते हो something which is based on word of mouth probably, or the information which is shared vocally. So a lot of history of the Hope Diamond is not clearly known. We will agree with this also. Answer is C. You can definitely read Eon, but the thing is, don't you think the articles are a bit too lengthy? Because 3,000 words long articles, I think, take up a lot of your time. We have other websites also. You can go for Smithsonian Magazine. Yeah, what should be the answer of this? I've already explained the literary devices. So is the diamond behaving like humans? Anywhere? Anthropomorphism will be the first one to be eliminated. Then, anastrophe. Did we change the sequence of words? No. Anaphora, did we repeat the first few words again and again and again? No. That is not something that happened in the first paragraph. The answer is archetype, because through Hope Diamond, the writer is kind of trying to build his story around people's superstitions. And then he also, in a generalized way, talks about diamonds. तो जैसे ही diamonds की बात आती है तो सबसे पहले हमारे दिमाग में curses आते हैं. उसका reason ये है कि because it has become a universal symbol of curses, of people's problems. Okay? So the answer is archetype. And I told you to read this question carefully because they are asking us not a synonym of the word curse. So bane is a synonym, whammy is a synonym, anathema is a synonym. The only word which is not a synonym is blade. Exactly. So C is the answer for this. And the next one is based on idioms again, right? A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Were we talking about diamonds in a very positive way and how they always fill us with joy, right? Because it is so beautiful. Did you get the answer now? And what's your name, by the way? Psyche. The answer is all that glitters is not gold. हर चमकती हुई चीज सोना नहीं होती है. हर diamond अच्छा नहीं होता है. So that's what we were trying to, wrap our heads around in the passage. To err as human is basically human beings. They do make errors. Manual errors हमसे होते हैं, but here we are not really talking about human errors. A fool and his money are soon parted. Again, it's very easy for a foolish person to lose their money and also get trapped in other people's manipulations. But that is also not really our answer here. So answer is all that glitters is not gold. Moving to the next one. Okay, Krishiv. I'll try to remember it. Do you want to do a passage which is this is basically a closed test, by the way. So you will have to click a picture of this in order to give the correct answer. Okay, I'll show you the questions also later, but click a picture for yourself. By the way, I hope you know what a closed test is. If you do not, then please ask. Also, click the picture of questions so that you can answer accordingly. और जो भी तुम लोगों का आंसर होगा, please write 21B, for example, like that. हाँ, so cloze test होता क्या है? So cloze tests are based on two formats primarily. The first one is it is based on tenses. Okay? इसका मतलब ये होता है कि आपको एक पैराग्राफ दिया जाएगा and there will be some blanks and like right next to the blank there will be a verb and you will have to use the correct form of verb. So this is based on tenses. Okay? The second format is the one that you can see on the screen here. So basically यहाँ पे fill in the blanks दिए हुए हैं and you are supposed to identify the correct word that can fit in the context of the passage. तो जो correct word है, जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल ऑप्शन ए में यहाँ पे ब्लैंक है, ठीक है, तो ऑप्शन ए में यू नीड टू चूज आउट ऑफ दीज फोर ऑप्शंस. ठीक है, सो यू कैन क्लिक अ पिक्चर ऑफ दिस. कुछ लोगों ने आंसर्स दे भी दिए हैं. देन ऑप्शन बी, दीज आर योर ऑप्शंस. 23rd. I take you to the next? Yes, Krishiv, we have been doing vocabulary from time to time. So there are some questions on grammar, some on comprehension, some on vocabulary. We have more questions, don't worry. And the last one. All right. So let's get started with the passage. The first thing that I would like to ask you is the meaning of the word discord, because that is also going to decide our answer. What is a discord? Is it a positive word or a word with negative connotation? और मैंने तुम लोगों से इसलिए बोला था कि क्लिक अ पिक्चर ऑफ दिस सो दैट जब मैं तुम लोगों को ऑप्शंस दिखाऊं तो यू विल बी एबल टू आंसर इट सो आई होप दैट वाज क्लियर सो दिस इज अ वर्ड विद नेगेटिव कॉनोटेशन डिस्कॉर्ड अगर तुम लोगों ने गेम भी खेला होगा अगर तो आई थिंक यू हैव अ क्लियर आइडिया व्हाट डिस्कॉर्ड इज इट्स बेसिकली अ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट और अ डिसएग्रीमेंट राइट यस एग्जैक्टली इट इज अ बोन ऑफ कंटेंशन दो पार्टीज के बीच में जो लड़ाई की वजह भी हो सकती है ठीक है so here we get to know that it's not really news that Facebook's relationship with the news industry तो इन दोनों की relationship के बारे में बात की गई है Facebook and news industry they have a very आप बोल सकते हो negative relationship they have a relationship full of disagreements ठीक है it's a relationship of discord after all the social media platform has posed a dash to media houses by turning into many people's primary interface तो कितने लोग हैं यहाँ पे जो सुबह उठ के न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ते हैं टेल मी और कितने लोग हैं यहाँ पे जो सुबह उठते से इंस्टाग्राम खोलते हैं because nowadays it has actually become our primary interface of receiving education and receiving news in general तो automatically जो news channels है media है they definitely are not happy with this and that's why they are constantly in a state of conflict so social media platform has posed a let me take you to the options here okay my bad hmm posed a caste पहली बात तो we are talking about a negative relationship so we are supposed to pick a negative word here ठीक है कास्ट की मीनिंग जो है वो बहुत ही न्यूट्रल है पोज्ड अ प्रोजेक्ट दोनों के बीच में क्या कोई प्रोजेक्ट होने वाला है नो स्वॉर्म इज अ ग्रुप इट्स अ कलेक्टिव नाउन तो ये भी नहीं है posed a threat this is the correct answer that means they are appearing dangerous for the media houses because अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो media houses will have to shut down okay so the answer is option A for the first one posed a threat ठीक है तो अब मैंने पहले ही बता दिया कि ये एक तरीके से हमारा प्राइमरी न्यूज चैनल बनता जा रहा है सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स एंड पब्लिशर्स हैव आल्सो बीन अपसेट over their content being posted so automatically somebody who is putting in all the hard work, trying to get as much information, investigate. और ये जो social media platforms है, ये एक बार में post करके they gain more popularity. How is that fair? ठीक है, तो वही बात हो रही है यहाँ पे कि they have been upset over their content being posted online, often dash them of direct traffic. तो डायरेक्ट ट्रैफिक देखा जाए तो जो ओरिजिनली जिसने इन्वेस्टिगेट किया था मैटर उसके चैनल पे आना चाहिए, बट आ कहाँ रहा है? ऑन दी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स. सो इट इज separating them. Do you think separating would fit there? No. Contacting them, अगर contact कर रहे होते लोग तो they would have been happier. Again, opposite in meaning. Assimilate means to adapt or adjust, वो भी नहीं आएगा. Depriving, it is depriving these publishing houses of traffic, क्योंकि सारा ट्रैफिक तो एक ही जगह जा रहा है. ठीक है, and also when the traffic is diverted, so does the advertising revenues. How are you going to earn your money if people are not really watching your channels, right? So moving forward, हमें आगे चल के पता चलता है कि however Facebook's latest move, offering millions of dollars to news publishers for the legal right to directly publish their material on its site, may help calm some dash. Calm some, अभी तक क्या चल रहा है? They are all in a state of frenzy, nervousness, anxiety. बेचारे वो सोच रहे हैं कि how are they going to earn their daily wage. ठीक है, so that means here we need a word which showcases our nervousness. So क्या होना चाहिए यहाँ पे? Something that showcases our nervousness. Madhav, I completely agree. Calm those nerves. By the way, the meaning of the word stacks is pile. जैसे कि pile of books, stacks of books, stacks of paper. ठीक है, हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन को तो काम करने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहे हैं, ना ही कन्वर्जन को. So the best answer is nerves, because nerves represent nervousness. Thankfully Facebook जो है उसकी आंखें खुल चुकी हैं and they have offered them millions of dollars. ठीक है, moving forward, इससे ये जो strained relationship है between publishing houses and Facebook, at least that is going to pacify, right? Then moving forward, according to a Wall Street Journal report, Facebook representatives, I think I forgot to write nerves here, by the way. Facebook representatives have told news executives that they would pay around $3 million a year to license stories. I think that looks like a good amount. Headline news and other forms of dash. Ab other forms of, we need to find the correct answer here. Other forms of should it be statutes? Because statutes का मतलब होता है an order, official order. But हम तो बात कर रहे थे publish करने की चीजें, तो automatically the answer is content. ठीक है, other forms of content, not other forms of contention. Contention का मतलब होता है conflict. So the answer should be content here. Then the social media company has confirmed the launch of a news tab this fall. Chalo, they have been obviously taking the first few steps, first few damage control steps. Further to sweeten the deal, that means they are trying to make things better. Facebook would allow media outlets to decide how much of an article would appear on the site. That's actually great. Somebody who has done all the hard work at the back end, they get to decide what you want to publish on Facebook and what you want to keep for yourself, for your own website. That's great. Okay, so iski wajah se kya hoga? This will also help publishers retain dash over their articles. Retain what over their articles? जिसने मेहनत की, retain control over their articles. When you suppress something, that means you restrict yourself. Folly is a mistake. We are not really trying to talk about the other options. So we have got the answers for all of them. Anybody who's got all of them correct, let me know in the chat box. So Krishiv, even if it doesn't, I'll definitely put your word across so that they publish a video on this. Don't worry. ठीक है? Yes, very good. I think Suraj has got all of them right. Arnav has got all of them right. Arushi has got all of them right. Wonderful. Chalo. Moving to the next part. These are pretty easy questions, and I'm hoping everybody gets them right. I think I missed one of the questions. Yes. Guys, 26th question I missed, so please answer this one as well. Suryansh, it do be do like that sometimes, right? People who generally have their English in place, they're always haywired when it comes to mathematics. Okay, the Spaniards continued their march on the 10th of September, and such rough was the road. Obviously, such rough does not really fit here grammatically. We do need the adjective rough, but we also need to explain the intensity of that adjective. So, in order to emphasize the intensity, the best answer is so rough was the road that in 4 days they only advanced 30 miles. We don't need the adverb roughly, तो ये दोनों तो पहले ही out हो जाएंगे. Okay. Next, I think you have already solved, so let's quickly discuss. The big question which remains for ecologists is whether birds in cities are evolving to suit their new urban environment. I don't really see anything wrong with it. So, no improvement, right? Okay. So let's discuss they dash call off the meetup because of incessant rain because it's been raining continuously, so automatically the meeting will be cancelled. And the best answer for that is called off, which means to cancel. What's the meaning of called down? Called down is to scold. And to call out somebody, it means basically telling them what they have done wrong and that you have got it. Okay, that is calling somebody out. Done? So FC Barcelona hammered CD Ticon 9-1 on the open day or the opening day? Pretty straightforward, I guess. Yes. Guys, it will be great if you can answer this question rather than simply just talking amongst yourselves. Yes. So British Airways pilots went on a 48-hour strike, grounding much of the airline's flights. Airlines flights is countable, right? And much is used with uncountable. So technically it should be many. Option C is the answer. Okay. The correct answer is cutting edge technology. Latest in, although sounds okay, but the thing is, we don't use latest in technology in case of a grammatically sound sentence. Obsolete is no longer in use, outdated. Can anybody tell me a synonym of obsolete? बताओ. ऑब्सोलीट का एक बहुत ही फेमस सिनोनिम है जो बहुत जनरली देखा जाता है. इट्स अ हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी वर्ड. Apart from outdated, because outdated is something that I've already mentioned. It's redundant. Okay, chronological is following a timeline. No, not depreciated. It's redundant. Old antique, these are pretty common ones. I wanted a solid synonym, a high frequency word. The answer is besides. Besides being a hugely successful global brand, I hope you know the difference between beside and besides, right? If somebody is beside you, that means right next to you. Besides का मतलब होता है इसके अलावा. So, besides being a hugely successful global brand that the whole of India can be proud of, IPL has given cricketers miraculous new opportunities, which it did. One apologizes dash his company's failure for his company's failure, right? Three of them are negative, so automatically the positive one is your answer. Exactly. The monumental success stories of Valley have so deeply influenced the way we think about growth roadmaps. Pessimistic, negative. Declining is a negative word. Lethargic का मतलब होता है super lazy, sleep inducing. Oh, a high frequency word actually means something that you keep on seeing everywhere. Usually in your editorials, usually when you're doing your diversified reading or solving your mocks. But the thing is, उसका meaning आपको नहीं पता होता. So for example, if I talk about the word tirade, tirade is a high frequency word because you'll see it in newspapers used pretty much all the time. But किसी को यहाँ पर tirade का मतलब पता है? So it's not commonly known, but it's very frequently seen. तो देखा बहुत जा रहा है, but meaning नहीं पता है. So a tirade is a loud, angry, long speech, and usually it is against. So yes, you are right, Suryansh. It is against political leaders. Yes. One of the synonyms of tirade is rant. ठीक है? So that is a high frequency word. वो तो मैं मॉक्स में भी दिखते रहेंगे वर्ड्स, बट वही है कि ज्यादातर लोगों को उनके मीनिंग्स नहीं पता होते. The object of the sanitation movement. By the way, what's the meaning of an uprising? Might have studied it in history. An uprising is a revolt or a protest. Forthcoming means upcoming, whereas we already know that this movement has already taken place. ठीक है? And condemned means to be very harshly criticized, express disapproval. That is condemnation. Yes, uproar, and there's also another word, clamor. Have you heard this word before? Clamor. Clamor is also a protest, an outcry. Forthcoming means upcoming, आने वाला. Whereas तुमको तो पता है कि after reading the sentence, the movement had already taken place. नहीं माधव, इतना लिटरल नहीं है उसका मीनिंग. Yes. The answer to this is, so that means this person is a respectful person after reading this line, because it is expected. You only expect something out of somebody when they actually deserve respect, है ना? तो इसका मतलब है कि ये जो भी लेडी है उनकी एक बहुत ही respectful position in the society and she's supposed to behave a certain type of way. So the best answer that fits here is this. Undoubtedly, a person of her stature, it was expected that she would act in a more responsible manner. Unconvincingly तो नहीं हो सकता है because it means that you are not able to persuade or convince somebody. Robust means strong, so this can still fit, but the first one doesn't. Permanently, a person of her stature, again, permanently does not really fit the context. And hurriedly also does not fit the context. Answer is A. Yes, stature is rank. So an artist works in an atelier, basically an art studio. Similarly, a lunatic does not work in an asylum. Lunatic क्या एक पागल आदमी asylum पागल खाने में काम करता है? नहीं. Church altar पे काम करता है? नहीं. Pedagogue is a teacher. Teacher doesn't work in a studio. So the answer is baker and bakery. Now here you are supposed to find out the most appropriately correct pair. That means grammatically correct. तो इनमें से कौन से ऑप्शंस हैं जो ग्रामेटिकली सही हैं? दैट इज बेसिकली आंसर. Okay, let's see the first statement. Slavery would be considered a harsh term by most Indians who employ domestic workers. This is absolutely correct. There is nothing wrong with it. But the reality is that even today in many homes, domestics often are no better than slaves. The positioning of often is not correct. But the reality is that even today in many homes, often domestics are no better than slaves. ये correct sequence होना चाहिए. So that's why this is incorrect. They are usually in debt to their employers, correct? And often work their whole life to pay off their debt. Often work their whole lives because we are talking about domestics. So wrong. Generations work to pay the debt and it never really gets paid. Pay off the debt. So what is the correct answer? And has anybody given the correct answer? I don't really see that. No, Suryansh, you have to find out the sentence which is grammatically correct. Answer is option A. Again, the same thing. Pay attention. I think there is something wrong with the options. Okay, the first one definitely has an error. So if you look at Uganda's name derives from its most populous ethnic group, the Buganda, who occupy singular but plural verb, who occupies its central region and capital Kampala. So A तो पक्का गलत है. ठीक है? Yes, exactly, Suryansh. Wait. Let's get to it. European colonists made initial contact with this group, affording तो अब जहां जहां पे A दिख रहा है वो वैसे ही eliminate हो गया. So that's the reason I'm thinking that options में कुछ गड़बड़ी है. या तो फिर ये हो सकता है कि they have probably forgotten to add one of the options to option C. ठीक है? तो हमें फिर next best pair choose करना पड़ा, which is option C and D. ठीक है? सो बी इज ऑल्सो ग्रामेटिकली करेक्ट वैसे तो यहाँ पे बी भी ऐड होना चाहिए था टेक्निकली, बट इट्स नॉट एडेड. देन सी इज करेक्ट. डी इज करेक्ट. The kingdoms of Ankole, Buganda, and Bunyoro were abolished by the President Milton Obote in 1961, 1967 and remained banned until by the President Milton Obote is not needed here. By President Milton Obote is okay. So the correct answer technically is B, C, D और सी डी जो कि हमारा नेक्स्ट बेस्ट आंसर है. ठीक है. So here there are four parts to a sentence और यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है कि there is an error of grammar or idiom in parts A, B, C, D, which make the sentence either grammatically or contextually incorrect. Now choose the option with parts containing errors. So you are supposed to find out the erroneous pairs. You will be surprised to know the answer, by the way, because I can see your answers here. And most of them are wrong. All right. So this is supported by data from the Humane Society, which points. So अगर आपके पास data है जो किसी चीज की तरफ demonstration कर रहा है, that means drawing your attention. So it's not simply points, it has to be points out. So A में तो error है. Points out that programs that attempt to use lethal control to eliminate cat populations are inhumane. यहाँ तक तो ठीक है. Ineffective and wasteful of scarcity resources. Scarcity and resources both are nouns. And back to back noun कैसे हम use कर सकते हैं? This has to be adjective. So answer is this. Is there anybody who's given the correct answer? Niharika, Suraj, well done. So these two were the erroneous parts. Got it? थोड़ा ध्यान से. And Arushi, very good. Oh, by the way, this question is in itself erroneous. इसमें कोई गलत आंसर नहीं है. तो ऑप्शन में होना चाहिए था नो एरर. डोंट वेस्ट योर टाइम ऑन दिस. Highest court is all right. Basically talking about Supreme Court. Exactly. Very good, Arushi. The correct answer is option A. Because यहाँ पे दिया हुआ है कि the registrations were so insignificant that the seminar had to be postponed. तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जो quantity of students who have enrolled वो बहुत ही कम थी और बहुत ही कम is few. वहीं पे ही अगर हमने a few लगा दिया तो it's considerable. तो फिर सेमिनार कैंसिल करने की पोस्टपोन करने की कोई जरूरत ही नहीं है. ओके, सो द करेक्ट आंसर इज ऑप्शन ए. ये वाला एरर जो है ये बहुत ही आप बोल सकते हो कि स्नीकी एरर होता है. सो दिस इज बेस्ड ऑन आर्टिकल्स. रिमेंबर दिस. ओके, लॉट, अ लॉट, फ्यू, अ फ्यू, लिटिल, अ लिटिल, जहां पे भी दिख रहा है बी एक्सट्रीमली कॉशियस. दिस इज ऑल्सो अ वेरी बेसिक एरर. ये तो गलत नहीं होना चाहिए किसी का भी. You can't simply use two superlative words together. It only has to be the world's busiest. माधव, गलत एरर पकड़ लिया है तुमने. This is getting out of hand now. I think this is one of the most common idioms. I'm not going to waste a lot of time here. Rama was on cloud nine basically means very happy, on the 11th heaven, 7th heaven. सबका ही मतलब होता है extremely happy. This is also self-explanatory. New kid on the block is basically the newcomer or the newbie, जिसने just join किया है. Somebody who has just joined a new place, a particular place where they are new. That is D. Be aware of recent changes. That is basically keeping your fingers on the pulse. That means बात की नब्ज पकड़ना, पता होना चाहिए कि क्या चल रहा है. Right? So be aware of recent changes. So we have a passage now. Again, do you want to read the passage first and then questions? This is probably the last passage for the day, I guess. Questions first. चलो ठीक है, इस बार questions पहले कर लेते हैं. Please click a picture so that you can do it at your own pace. Exactly, Suryansh. That's what I tell everybody, to read the questions first. I hope you have clicked the picture of this, taking you to the next one. Okay, next. By the way, if you notice this question, all four words actually mean the same thing. But you need to find the one which is closest in meaning to the context. Okay? So pick the one which is contextually accurate. मीनिंग सबके ही सेम ही हो रहे हैं ऑलमोस्ट डी तो ठीक है बट द थिंग इज मोस्ट ऑफ देम एंड द लास्ट वन taking you to the passage now. I hope everybody has clicked the picture. You already know what you're looking for. Focus on the passage now. Next, is everybody done? Okay. Okay. Are you guys done? Should we start? Suryansh, you are the only one who has given all the answers. What about the others? Waiting for them to respond first. Okay, so after this class, you will have a break. I think that would be 15 to 20 minutes break. Then you will have another 3 hour session. Okay. And that is pretty much going to be the agenda for today. And I think there was this Suyukti Ma'am's class, which was also supposed to be a part of this, but that will be scheduled for tomorrow. So I think you will have a rapid revision session with Suyukti Ma'am tomorrow. Okay. So that is basically the agenda. 50th question. Okay, Arushi, wait. So you can say that it's going to like go till at least 7:30, 7:30-ish in the evening. Are you guys done? By the way, how many of you have heard the story of Bing Bing that has been mentioned here and this incident? When it happened, it actually was on all the newspapers, all the famous TV channels as well. So we get to know about this commercial fishing boat, jiska naam tha Bing Bing, pretty strange name though. And it was combing the choppy waters. What does that mean? Combing the choppy seas means going through difficult times, troublesome situation. ठीक है? तो let me just write it. And this happened in Massachusetts, for Sir clams had rolled over and partially disappeared. Basically, we are talking about Bing Bing only, that it rolled over and then it partially disappeared because of obviously the water body. Now, the thing is, this was reported by the authorities, and that also brings me to the very first question. Okay, so coming back to what, according to the passage, was the initial statement issued by authority. तो आंसर पहले दो लाइंस में ही था जो कि मैंने अभी मार्क किया. सो आई होप एवरीबडी गॉट इट राइट. द आंसर इज Bing Bing has rolled over and partially disappeared. Very good. So moving forward, on a very clear day, Pam Hart, she was in a Zoom call meeting with her team members, and she was in her आप बोल सकते हो working office as in she was working from home, and she had this clear view from her window. So she basically lives in Marshfield, Massachusetts, and suddenly she saw a cloud of smoke around 2:30 p.m. And this all happened when she was in this meeting. Now, the thing is, it was about 1 mile from her house. Thankfully, she did not really have a really big computer screen, otherwise, she would have totally missed it. That's what she says in the end as well. तो वो यही बोलती है कि Hart said, my boss is in LA, and 30 seconds later, the boat just vanished. ठीक है, I don't know how she kind of got a glimpse of it, but then she kept looking, and 30 seconds later, there was no boat on the shore. So automatically that kind of like aroused a concern in her. Okay, and she then excused herself, and she then called 911, as is generally the protocol. And she also was under the impression that probably other people might have noticed it too, the people who are basically living in her building. But the thing is, she was the only one. So what are the odds, basically, right? But there was no one else, according to John P. Murphy, who is Scituate's fire chief. And जब ये report की गई तो पता चला कि she was the only one who reported this incident. Okay, now the thing is, she played a pivotal role in facilitating the rescue of all three of the boat's crew members. Now, these crew members were kind of struggling for dear life because, first of all, they were going through asphyxiation, lack of oxygen, and secondly, they might have also kind of inhaled the diesel that comes out of the container. So moving forward, they had ingested diesel fuel and also experiencing hypothermia. Hypothermia tab hota hai when you have a prolonged exposure to water. So that's exactly what has happened. Yes, hypothermia, asphyxiation basically hota hai kyunki when you are too much in the water, when you cannot really breathe properly, right? And they were clinging to a hose from the boat. Thankfully, there was this hose from the boat. Hose is basically a kind of pipe, right? तो वो पकड़ के बैठे हुए थे, which kind of reached 6 feet, as was reported by Murphy. Later, we get to know that Hart might have looked up at the right time. So it was a very serendipitous occasion. Serendipitous का मतलब होता है a happy chance discovery. अगर वो नहीं होती तो शायद वो बच भी नहीं पाते. ठीक है? So coming back to this, uh, if it hadn't been her, they wouldn't have been alive today. So obviously, these three members, they are super grateful to Hart. She saved our lives, and that's what they comment upon later about the event. And then in the last paragraph, we get to know about Montrome, who is the owner of Intershell International. And he said that Friday it was serendipitous that Hart had been watching और लास्ट में यही बोला गया है कि thankfully Heart did not have a huge computer screen which probably she might be planning to buy, but thankfully she did not, which kind of helped her save all of these three crew members. And that's the story. So now we have already discussed this. 48. How did the first glimpse of Bing Bing was detected? What do you guys think should be the answer? Was it an eye-to-eye contact? Was she looking at the crew members and they were looking in her eyes too? Obviously, no. Eye-to-eye contact के लिए आपके सामने कोई होना चाहिए. So no, it cannot be D. Yes, I do remember, Jamin. I do remember you. This is not really the answer. Through a conference call through the boss. Did she see it through the boss? Again, cannot be the answer. Through a background of the Zoom call. It's not specific. बल्कि पैसेज में क्लियरली दिया है थ्रू द बैकग्राउंड ऑफ द बॉस इन द जूम कॉल. बैकग्राउंड ऑफ द बॉस का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि बॉस के बैकग्राउंड में क्या है. इट्स बेसिकली बॉस इज सिटिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ हर एंड आफ्टर हर स्क्रीन शी कुड सी दैट फ्रॉम हर विंडो. सो बी इज द आंसर. ओके. यस सूर्यांश. 1 mile does not mean eye contact. You need to have two people for eye contact, isn't it? Then choose the relevant title for this passage. Again, what do you guys think should be the answer? वैसे तो सारे ही options जो है they are very close to each other, but we need to find the one which captures the entire idea of the passage well. Bing Bing caught the attention, but the thing is, it does not really talk about the severity of the issue. So, no. A sinking boat caught eye on Zoom call. Again, something which is general. Answer is B. Big rescue of Bing Bing. The sinking boat Bing Bing, thankfully it did not really completely sink. So इसीलिए sinking boat का तो मतलब ये हो गया like Titanic and never got saved. So the answer is option B. How many of you have got the answer right? Thank you so much, Ganesh. Okay, and the next question. So I already told you that most of these meanings, they can be used interchangeably. In the passage, it has been said heart played a pivotal role. तो बेस्ट जो आंसर होगा यहाँ पे पिविटल का वो है क्रूशियल. We get to know about how dangerous the situation is, also how fortunate we were that she actually observed that. So it's basically crucial. Critical can have other meanings. Critical can also have somebody being criticized wala meaning. So that's why it can have multiple meanings. And decisive, because she did not really make a decision here, although she did play an important role. Okay. So the thing is, this fits best. Lateral means sideways. And C is our answer. And I think ये तो सभी को ही समझ में आ गया होगा कि what should be the answer here. The correct answer is Zoom call, because that's the only thing which does not resonate with these three. Water, heart, rescue, तीनों भी एक दूसरे से connected है. But Zoom call थोड़ा सा vague लग रहा है. Right? Don't be upset, Suryansh. You will have plenty of opportunities for redemption. We do have time. So, do you want to do another passage or more questions on vocab and other things? Because next 3 passages ही दिए हुए हैं यहाँ पे. Okay, let's do these questions. At least 15-20 questions more before the time is up for us, and then let's call it a day. Which one, Suraj? Which question are you talking about? Suryansh, because you need to remember too much. That's why it's difficult. We all know the answer for this, I hope. Cameras, plural, used in space, needs to survive. To with ed, grammatically incorrect. Need to survive. C is the answer, right? Scientists don't know at exact time it take for tea gardens. Don't know the exact time it takes, right? We do not really need any correction here. Everything is grammatically safe and sound. The concept of a selfie is directly linked to internet culture and the human desire to interact on social platforms. This is give one word for. Let's see who gets this right. Okay, so they have asked us what do we call an upward slope or grade as in a road? It is acclivity. What is the meaning of maelstrom? A whirlpool in sea. We call it a hurricane. Alacrity. This is another high frequency word. I might have used this in one of my previous sessions as well. Alacrity keeps on coming here and there. Alacrity का मतलब होता है showing eagerness. Slighting is showing lack of respect. Yes, eagerness or willingness, absolutely. Then, definition of a substance, especially a strong acid, erosive, mordant, which is vitriolic. Brine solution के बारे में शायद तुम लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा in chemistry, and it means salty. And can anybody tell me what is the meaning of puerile? Does anybody know the meaning of puerile? If you are puerile, that means you are childishly silly. बचकानी हरकतें करना means puerile. And prophylactic, sorry, something which is intended to prevent a disease. It's a prophylactic or prophylactic. Yes, a drug or a vaccine. Absolutely right, Mark. You're supposed to find out the most meaningful part out of the four options. I think it's pretty straightforward. यहाँ लिखा है कि it's true that the world is more wired and connected today than ever before. Never, never, never. So the only correct answer is option D. This was like a piece of cake, really. Always remember whenever you see one of the, whatever noun that comes here, it will be in plural. हमेशा याद रखना. One of the books, one of the places, it will be in plural. क्योंकि आप जो one pick कर रहे हो, वो एक group में से ही तो pick करोगे. So what should be the answer? One of the biggest markets in the world. Actually, no error. The answer is to fold in socio-economic realities, and fold in का मतलब होता है to understand, keep in mind, which fits the context perfectly. So A is the answer, no error. no improvement. Actually, Suryansh, it's important to understand what goes into that 1 week prep, how productive it is, then why not? Because I think you might have been preparing for a while now. And the music critic was dash in his praise of the orchestra. That means he was praising them. He was effusive. Effusive का मतलब होता है acknowledge, praise, being grateful, emaciated. Having faith on yourself is definitely going to help, Suryansh. Emaciated is super thin, weak. Abashed is either embarrassed or ashamed. And I think everybody knows what adequate means, sufficient. Answer. Wait a second. Which one are you talking about, Suryansh? Question number 76 or the previous one? No, actually, the thing is, emaciated is usually related to people. Okay, it's not related to situations. So when we use the word emaciated, we use it for really weak, thin people. Somebody who has been marginalized. And adequate. The thing is, when we talk about adequate, it kind of shows a limit. Okay, when we talk about something which is done adequately, that means sufficiently. But the thing is, यहाँ पे somebody is actually happy, and happiness does not really have a limit. So the best answer is that only. So in a nice little conceit, what is the meaning of conceit? By the way, conceited means being arrogant, and a conceit means figment of imagination. So in his imagination, the writer was visited by her fictional character. What is the meaning of poise? Being poised means being perfectly balanced. Yes, it's illusory, a mirage. Absolutely right. We tried to delve into the Aboriginals' mind. Delve means to dig, to enter. What's the meaning of censure? If you are being censured, that means. And a deranged person is a mental person. Acquit, free of charges. Suraj, vocabulary is something that needs to be practiced every single day. So you have your mocks as one of the sources for keeping your vocabulary in check. So basically, the vocabulary that is posing a problem for you in the mocks should be first of all noted down and has to be revised regularly. Other than that, even if you must be reading something, newspapers probably, there also you might be coming across some new words. So बात ये है कि on a single day, you are supposed to at least go through 5 to 10 words on a regular basis. And that is something which has to be done in a repeated fashion, at least 5 to 6 times in a day. Hardly it's gonna take like more than 10 minutes at a go. तो अगर इतना भी करने लग जाओ तो it will definitely help you. Other than that, you can even take help of Chat GPT to create exercises. So basically, if you have learned like 30 new words, you can ask ChatGPT to create an exercise for you in the form of synonyms, antonyms, in the form of the kind of questions that we have dealt with today, like that. The answer is the coach's dash voice generated brawling brand of play. That means it is a very strong and आप बोल सकते हो loud voice. So strident is the answer D. Loud and booming. Subtle means unobviously. Sullen is somebody who is always sulky, complaining. Snobbish, one who thinks of oneself as superior. Arrogant, and word power made easy. Yes, exactly. So there's this 11-hour session available on YouTube. You can even watch that. The last two questions for the day. To fly off the handle means yes. To fly off the handle means to lose your temper. Absolutely. And the last question for the day. To flog a dead horse. You only tell me if the horse is dead, and if you're flogging it, that means you're basically hitting it to wake up. Will it wake up? Exactly, Suryansh. Only Suryansh has answered correctly, I think. And Arushi also. To waste one's efforts, you only think, no. If the horse is dead And no matter how much you hit it, is it going to wake up? No, you're wasting your efforts unnecessarily. That is basically flogging a dead horse. And that's about it from my side, guys, for today. So I'm going to give you a break after this, and you'll have another session with, I think, Abhyansh Sir probably. So yeah, that's pretty much it from my side. Thank you so much, and all the very, very, very best for your examination. Please focus, strategize, and obviously keep yourself hydrated because that's really important. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Hi and good evening, everyone. Welcome to Supergrads. Here I am with another session, the one shot revision session on IIMK. So let's begin with things, students. The first part of the marathon is over with Sukanya Ma'am. Now here's my turn to come and tell you the important things, the important question, the important rules that we can expect in the upcoming IIMK BMS examination. So I hope everyone is ready. Let's begin with things, students. And here is our first question. Now, this is a grammar-based filler. Students find the most appropriate option for the given blank space, time dependent. The action here is time dependent. And the moment I say that something is time dependent, that by default means that we use until in that case. We use until for actions that are time dependent and unless for actions that are dependent on a particular condition. That are dependent on a particular condition. So that is how you decide where to use until and where to use unless. So I hope everyone now understands the difference between until and unless. That was the first question, students. Moving on to the next one now. Here is the next question. Here is the next question, students. Now, in the next question, you would see, I would like to try dash pizza dash pasta so I can know the difference. So that means the person wants to eat both. दोनों खाएगा तभी difference बता पाएगा. So the correct combination of conjunctions that we are looking for here should be both and. Again, it should not be either or because he wants to tell us the difference between the two. Difference की बात है इसलिए यहाँ पर both and should be correct. ठीक है. So that was your question number 2, students. Jaldi jaldi. What I want and what my agenda today is कि मैं आपको जितने सारे questions practice करा दूं एग्जाम से पहले उतना इफेक्टिव है. Here is the next question. Tell me, were you dash for the meeting or were you late as usual? So what is that preposition that we use with time to express the exact time? To express that a person was present at the exact required time. So were you on time, students? The correct preposition here should be on. The correct preposition should be on. On time means at the exact time. In time means before the actual time. So that is how you decide which preposition to use in which situation. That was our question number 3, students. Moving on to the next one. She got dash home very late dash last night. Which prepositions do you think should be perfect, should be fitting in the given context? Which prepositions do you think, students, in question number 4? Question number 4. So as Arushi has answered, and as I think there are many students who have answered, कि sir, there is no preposition required. Of course, exam में ऐसे भी question होते हैं where no preposition are required. There are questions where there is no article required. So if you have studied well, I would say only the grammar topics, grammar के अपने parts of speech भी अगर अच्छे से कर रखे हैं, so I think that helps you in such questions. That was our question number 4, students. Here is the next one. Here is the next one, guys. Let me tell you, you can start this laptop dash pressing this red button. What do you think? With, and, from, or by? What do you think should be the correct preposition? अभी starting के हमारे बहुत सारे questions vocabulary based fillers चल रहे हैं. Of course, in the session we have a mixture of all types of questions. We have fill in the blank type questions, error detection type questions, sentence rearrangement, reading comprehension, vocabulary questions. We have a complete mixture of everything. So what should be the answer here? Let me tell you, you can start this laptop by. Now why by? Because by tells you the medium. By is used here to tell you the medium, that is by pressing the red button. Correct answer here should be option D, students. The correct answer here should be option D, as many of you have answered. That means आपने grammar अच्छे से पढ़ा है. That means आपकी preparation बढ़िया चल रही है. Now here's a question on spotting errors. You have to spot which part of the sentence contains a grammatical error here. Which part of the sentence contains a grammatical error here? The wounded man was being helped by some boys. So here it's wounded men. Now, the moment I see men, that is plural subject, there will be a pop-up in my mind that says plural subject takes plural verb. Plural subject takes plural verb. So the correct replacement, हमने दोनों काम किए students. Like I always say, error detection भी करना है, error correction भी करना है, and you have to come up with a valid reason as well. कि भाई error हमने correct किया, क्या उसका reason था? Reason बड़ा simple था. Plural subject always takes plural verb. So that was our question number 5, students. Let's move to the next one now. By the next Halloween, we will have been here for 10 years. What do you think should be an error here? It's a sentence that is based on future tense. क्या future perfect tense यहाँ पर correct है? Is there correct usage, correct structure of future perfect tense? If it is, then of course आपके पास एक option है. What is that option? And as Kamal, Suryansh, and Arushi have answered, the option here should be no error. Now, why no error? Because the sentence is in future perfect tense. सिर्फ check करने वाली बात अगर कुछ थी, so that was the structure. Structure properly follow हुआ है, structure follow हुआ है, मतलब words सारे correctly लिखे हुए for 10 years है. ये भी एक check हो सकता था. Examiner for की जगह पे since use करता, that could have also been a question of error detection. So that was question number 7, students. Let's move to the next one now. Question number 8. Yes, so I believe the students that have been here in the session from the beginning, वो काफी अच्छा कर पा रहे हैं. They now understand basic grammar. They understand a bit of vocabulary as well. Jayaprakash was quite amusing when he heard what had happened. So it is something that is related to past tense. And amusing is a verb. We want to express that he was quite amused. We need an adjective here. So basic अगर आपको part of speech का knowledge है, बेसिक सेंटेंस स्ट्रक्चरिंग का नॉलेज है, पार्ट्स ऑफ स्पीच का नॉलेज है, as to where to use adjectives, where to use verbs, where to use nouns. So ऐसे questions आपके लिए I think they are a piece of cake. So that was question 8 students. There was again error in the first part of the sentence. दोनों बातों पे वर्क किया, error detection भी किया, error correction भी किया. It's time we move to the next question. Here is the next question, guys. Here is the next question. Can you answer this one? He stopped to see if the detectives could pick up the trail. Basic question of modal verbs. The first thing that I tell my students in classes, the first thing that I teach my students, that is modal verbs. And with modal verbs, the moment you have modal verbs like can, could, may, might, must, will, shall, would, should, shall, with modal verbs, we always use first form of the verb and that too the plural form. We always use first form of the verb and that too the plural form, students. ठीक है? So first form, it should be pick. Could pick up, trail, pick. So there was error in the third part of the sentence. Rule भी हमने सीखा, हमने question भी answer किया, error detection किया, correction किया, rule भी सीखा, अपने ड्रीम आईएम की तरफ भी 2 कदम बढ़ा लिए. Let's move to the next question now. Next question. So yes, there is a very big difference, I would say, between the use of for and since. We use for when we talk about duration. We use for when we talk about duration, length. We use for when we talk about duration, length, or period of time. We use since when we talk about specific or point of time. कोई भी एक्शन पास्ट के किस टाइम से चल रहा है, when we know that, in that case we use since. And when we talk about duration of something, length of something, we use for. So 10 years as students, or even if I say several years, that is duration of time. So there is no use of since, it should be replaced by for. So part 2 of the sentence contains the grammatical error. Like always, error detection भी करना है, error correction भी करना है, rule भी सीखा. And let's now move to the next question, students. Here is question number 11. They will not be coming with Jitendra and I to the market. Now, this is a bit of a conundrum for students, that where should they use the subjective form and where should they use the objective form of a pronoun. Basic rule याद रखना. If a pronoun is used after the verb, तो वो object बन जाता है, objective form use की तरह use होता है. If it is used before the verb, that means it is the subject, तो subjective form use होता है. So they will not be coming. देखो verb use हो गया है यहाँ पे. So it should be Jitendra and me to the market. Jitendra and me. So part 2, students. Part 2 of the sentence is where the error was. Error detection बड़ा simple काम होता है. मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ इन एरर डिटेक्शन क्वेश्चन एरर आपके पास चल के आता है, कहता है भाई मैं एरर हूं, मुझे आइडेंटिफाई करो। ऐसा कब होता है? व्हेन यू हैव गुड नॉलेज ओवर योर ग्रामर रूल्स। सो बस अगर आपको प्रोनाउन का सब्जेक्टिव ऑब्जेक्टिव केस पता था, आई डोंट थिंक देयर वाज एनीथिंग दैट कुड हैव स्टॉप्ड यू फ्रॉम आंसरिंग दिस क्वेश्चन. So that was your question number 11, students. Here is the next one. Another basic question from subject verb agreement. Now, neither the employees nor their manager. The moment we have subjects joined by neither nor, in that case, the verb agrees with the nearest subject. ये verb है. Nearest subject is manager, students. Manager is singular subject. And the moment I say that manager is a singular subject, तो वर मैं इसके पहले की पीछे मुड़ के देखूंगा, वर वहां से जा चुका है. वर नहीं यूज होगा, ऑफ कोर्स, मैनेजर, एंड इट शुड बी was ready to help the poor woman. So yes, there was error in the second part of the sentence. There was error in the second part of the sentence. Basic rule of subject verb agreement. कितने बच्चों के अभी तक सारे आंसर्स करेक्ट थे? Now here is another question. थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्टी लेवल यहां से बढ़ेगा स्टूडेंट्स. Two successive statements by US President Barack Obama within a span of 9 days on the issue of shrinking religious tolerance in India have created a flutter. Have created a flutter. Where do you think is the grammatical error? Which part do you think should be grammatically incorrect? Which part of the sentence do you think contains a grammatical error? If I am the student in an examination, I'll tell you what my approach would be. Now, two successive statements by US President within a span of 9 days on the issue of shrinking religious tolerance in India. मैं सिर्फ ये देखने चाहता कि यहाँ पर verb correct है या नहीं है. And the verb here is absolutely correct because we are talking about two successive statements. That is plural subject. So यहाँ पे plural verb है. I don't see any grammatical error in this sentence. I don't see any grammatical error. एरर कभी भी ढूंढने नहीं जाना होता. यू शुड नो द रूल्स. मुझे पता था टू सक्सेसिव स्टेटमेंट्स हैं, तो मुझे सिर्फ वर्ब चेक करना है वेदर द वर्ब इज प्लूरल और नॉट. बस वो प्लूरल था, बाकी पूरी स्ट्रक्चरिंग ठीक थी. आई वुड से देयर इज नो एरर इन दिस सेंटेंस. दैट वाज क्वेश्चन 13 गाइस. लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट वन. क्वेश्चन 14 नाउ. Here's the next question. Article 370 from the Constitution. Now I'll stop here. I'll not read the entire part because मुझे error मिल गया. मुझे सही तरीका पता था. मुझे पता था that it is Article 370 of the Indian Constitution and not from the Constitution. So I'll not bother reading the entire sentence and straight away say that option A. Option A is the one that contains a grammatical error. Let's move to the next question, students. Next question. The scorching heat wave has led to a surge in demand for air conditioners and coolers, with many people struggling to cope up with the high temperatures. Many people struggling to cope with. Are you also struggling to cope with such questions? Are you also struggling to cope with such questions, guys? What do you think should be the error? Cope with correct है बड़ा basic सा error है. The scorching heat wave has lead नहीं हो सकता. Lead नहीं हो सकता. The moment you see verbs like has, have, had, they are always followed by V3. V3 should be led. Has led to a search, not lead to a search. So there's your answer, student. Option A. जो बाद में काफी बच्चों ने देखा. हाँ, मैंने जब ये क्वेश्चन रीड किया था तब भी मैंने करेक्ट रीड किया था. आई थिंक आप वहां पर भी मिस कर गए थे. बट बड़ी बेसिक, बड़ी माइन्यूट, बड़ी इनॉक्वस सी एरर थी ये. बिकॉज व्हेन वी वॉक इनटू द एग्जाम वी बैक आवरसेल्फ टू गेट सच आंसर्स करेक्ट. मन में हम शायद सही पढ़ रहे होते हैं, कभी कभी हम वो देखना भूल जाते हैं. सो दैट इज वेयर द एरर वाज, द स्टूडेंट्स. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. I believe there are two errors. I can see two errors in this sentence. But the good thing is वो दोनों error एक ही part में है, so that will not be a problem. And that, dear students, that part is B. To propose a strike by pilots across Europe. Ryanair, अब ये last week की बात है ना, last week की बात है तो present tense का verb नहीं हो सकता. It should be offered. Offered to recognize pilot unions. Now, pilot unions are plural, so there is no use of article. So there are, students, two errors in this question. One is an article-based error, the other one is a tense-based error. But fortunately, both the errors are in one part, and that is option B. So are we all on the same page? Do you now understand? क्या एरर्स थे? दोनों काम किए स्टूडेंट्स. एरर आइडेंटिफाई किए, एरर करेक्ट किए, उसके रीजन स्पेसिफाई किए. आई होप अब किसी बच्चे को कोई डाउट नहीं है. इज देयर स्टिल एनी डाउट स्टूडेंट्स? नहीं है? चलो, लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट वन देन. Two villagers have been struggling with the district level management from the past 3 years, but their demands are not considered. No, Pranay, it should be pilot unions. Now, looking at this question, the villagers have been struggling with the district level management the past 3 years. अभी बताया. Past 3 years क्या है? This is duration of time. This is duration of time. So the moment I say it's a duration of time, from वाला part कहाँ लिखा हुआ है? It is here in option C. The moment I say that there's duration of time, we should replace in everything and use for in its place. So we are done. I guess we are done with error detection type questions. Now we have some questions on parts of speech. Yes, parts of speech identification is also a big part of I would say all the BBA and BMS entrance programs these days. So here is our question. You have to identify एंगर कौन सा पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच है. वैसे तो एंगर इज is a very bad thing, but here again we all we need here is कि हम question answer करें और आगे बढ़ें. So which part of speech here is anger, students? Anger is an emotion. Anger is an emotion that can seriously impede your creativity. What does impede, students? Impede means to hinder or to obstruct. Hinder or obstruct. So anger here is an abstract noun. An abstract noun. Of course, it's a noun. कैसे पता चलेगा? Word है और उसके बाद verb है. Verbs किसके लिए होते हैं? They are for subjects. Subjects मतलब noun या pronoun. Anger pronoun नहीं है. That by default means that it is a noun, right? Yes, stymie और अगर लिखना चाहते हो तो stymie लिख लो. Thought लिख लो. We are discussing parts of speech, but I know my students are interested in learning vocabulary. So आप अपनी तरफ से एक word दो, मैं इधर से 4 आपको बनाकर भेजूंगा. So again, these are the 4 synonyms that you can write for impede. Here is the next question, students. Which color did you say was your favorite? Which color did you say was your favorite? कॉन्क्रीट नाउन. माधव, आज तक बचपन से लेके अभी तक आपने कभी कॉन्क्रीट नाउन पढ़ा है स्कूल में? जस्ट आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन. क्या आपके स्कूल टीचर्स ने कभी आपको कॉन्क्रीट नाउन पढ़ाया है? नहीं पढ़ाया है. क्यों नहीं पढ़ाया है? बिकॉज इट डजंट एग्जिस्ट. होते ही नहीं है. होते ही नहीं है. इट इज दैट सिंपल. Which color did you say was your favorite? Now, color here is your noun. And noun के बारे में additional info. That is what adjectives do. Adjectives. They give additional info about nouns. They give additional info about nouns. So that is what the word which is doing here. So option C should be our correct answer. Option C, students. Option C. I wonder you guys have answered something else. It should be option C. Question 19 आया, question 19 गया. We are done with question 19. Let's move now to question 20, students. Question 20. Apparently, it has been forecasted that it will be raining tomorrow. Apparently, the ly word. Yes, it's an adverb, but which type of adverb is it? सिर्फ एडवर्ब है ये बताने से काम नहीं चलेगा. Which type of adverb is it? So this is an adverb for the entire sentence क्योंकि sentence से पहले ही use हो गया. This is a sentence adverb, student. So for question number 2, I beg your pardon, for question number 20, the correct answer should be option A, students. It should be option A. Let's now move to the next question. I might talk to you again, but after a few days. What is the role might is playing in this sentence? Here is the next question. Might का क्या रोल है? So all these, देखो यहाँ पे might है और उसके बाद main verb है. So might here is a modal verb. Might here is a modal verb. Verbs like can, could, may, might, must, will, shall, would, should, all these categorize under modal verbs. Need और dare ऐसे verbs हैं, और they sometimes work as modal verbs, sometimes they work as helping verbs. बस ये ध्यान रखना है कि need and dare are semi-modal verbs. एग्जाम में यहां से भी क्वेश्चन हो सकता है. Need and dare are semi-modal verbs. Semi-modal verbs. Let's move to the next question. Question आंसर करना है, बट उसके अराउंड भी जितनी पेरिफेरल डिस्कशन, उसके अराउंड और क्या क्या क्वेश्चंस हो सकते हैं, क्या एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन हो सकती है, वो सारी चीजें मैं आपको यहाँ पे बता रहा हूँ. He was washing his car when I walked past him. Now, of course, when is working, it is used to join two sentences. So it is working as a conjunction here. ठीक है, ये क्या कर रहा है? Combine कर रहा है, join कर रहा है. ठीक है, it combines or joins. So it is working as subordinating conjunction. It is working as a subordinating conjunction. As I can see in the chat section, all of you have got this one correct. It means कि grammar में अच्छी preparation है, grammar अच्छा चल रहा है. चलो, next question. Again, error detection type question, students. Let's see if you can crack this one. The president stated that the opponent's campaign against the mass violated against international law. Which part of the sentence contains a grammatical error here? Which part of the sentence contains a grammatical error? The president stated that the opponent's campaign against the mass violated. Now, when something is violated, when we say a law is violated, that means you're going against the law. So, is against का ना, ये against जो यहाँ पे, it makes no sense. इसका कोई use नहीं है. इसका कोई use नहीं है. So there was error in the third part of the sentence. Third part of the sentence. दोनों काम. Error detection भी, error correction भी. That is what we have done here. So we are done with 23 questions. In 23 questions में कितने, कोई ऐसा बच्चा जिसके सारे correct है 23 में? Can anyone claim that? Can anyone claim that? Here's the next question. US dollar was able to post a strong performance versus the euro and the New Zealand dollar. Where do you think is the error? The US dollar was able to post a strong performance versus the other two. So अगर एक चीज देखनी थी कि अगर US डॉलर के साथ if I'm using definite article the, then there should be definite article with euro as well लगा हुआ है. न्यूजीलैंड डॉलर के साथ भी definite article लगा हुआ है. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any error in this part. Arushi, that's a very, I would say that is an incorrect way of approaching questions of error detection, where you're speculating कि सर क्या पार्ट ए में है, क्या पार्ट बी में है. एरर ढूंढने नहीं जाना होता है. एरर ढूंढने नहीं जाना होता है. I don't think that should be the approach. There is no error. There's absolutely zero error in this question. That was Post means put up, able to put up a strong performance. Post here means put up a strong performance. So that was question 24 for you. Here's the next question. It dashed a lot yesterday night. It dashed a lot yesterday night. Tense based filler. That is the category of the question. It's a tense based filler question. Tense based fillers. Now, the time of the past is mentioned in the sentence. लिखा हुआ है कि last night की बात हो रही है. So it should be in simple past tense. Simple past tense कहाँ लिखा हुआ ये रहा. It rained a lot yesterday night. It rained a lot yesterday night. So the correct answer for question 25 should be option C. Next question, guys. People broke the house last night. Now here is a question from phrasal verbs. Here's a question from phrasal verbs, students. People broke dash the house last night. So with break, we have many phrasal verbs, students. Break out, break into, break away, break down, break through. Phrasal verbs जब आप पढ़ते हो, if you decide कि सर आज phrasal verbs मुझे पढ़ना है, what should be my approach of dealing with phrasal verbs? So I'll give you a list of around 10 to 15 verbs, and उन verbs के around हर verb पे there are around 6 to 7 phrasal verbs. अगर आप इतने पढ़ लेते हो, you can feel confident going into the exam. Break into the house. Break into means enter forcefully. Enter illegally, you could say. So they entered illegally, probably with the intention of stealing something, probably with the intention of finding someone. So that is how you can answer this question. Breakthrough, sudden advancement hota hai. Breakout is like we say a disease broke out in a particular area. Then you have break into, jo ye wala hai, break away is for separation. Break up is also for separation. And you have breakdown, that means to start crying. And breakdown also means to stop functioning properly. So the moment you see any phrasal verb related with break, try and make sure कि break के around जितने phrasal verbs हो सकते हैं वो सारे आपके पास लिखे हों. Here's the next question, students. Question 27. Similar in meaning to the word upsurge. Similar in meaning to upsurge. Similar in meaning to the word upsurge. What do you think about this one? Is it Repletion, is it? Renewal, reluctance, relocation. Upsurge is a rise in something. A rise in something. Is that what you also understand when you hear the word upsurge? Upsurge क्या होता है? I think there's a rise in something. So renewal, I think, should be the correct word here. Reluctance is unwilling to do something. Repletion is different, and relocate is again moving someone to a different place. That is what relocate is all about. So that was question 27, students. And yes, question 27 का answer A होना चाहिए, it should not be C. Here is the next question, severance. What does severance means? You sever connections with people. So you need to tell me the meaning of this word. Here is the next question, students. Severed means to cut ties with someone, to cut or end relationship with someone. So shatter can be a synonym. Union should be the opposite here. Union is the antonym that we're looking for. Now there's a word meager, students. What does meager mean? What does meager mean? Can you tell me other members of Meager's family? Can you tell me his brothers and sisters? What does meager mean, students? Can you come up with the meaning of meager and more words for meager? Meager, very good. Meager is shortage of something. So for shortage, you can have words like, of course, shortage, scarcity. We can have words like paucity. We can have words like dearth, dearth. So meager की पूरी फैमिली यहाँ पर आ गई है. meager के सारे भाई बहन सब यहाँ पर हैं. But I would say इसके enemies भी आपके पास होने चाहिए. The opposite of meagers. Words like abundance, word like ample, word like plethora, plentiful, myriad, copious, profuse. There's an endless list of students. So that was question 28. Next is verbose. Verbose. One who's verbose, we have to tell the opposite of verbose. Verbose is someone who is full of words. Verbose is someone who is full of words. So can you come up with an antonym for verbose? Can you come up with an antonym for the word verbose? Verbose is full of word. The correct antonym for verbose should be brief. The correct antonym for verbose should be brief. So brief is our correct answer here. Option B, students, one of the easier ones for today's session. Let's move to the next one. Piss poor, substandard, sterling, congenital, favorable. I have a very good word here जिसके अराउंड मैं और vocabulary आपको बताना चाहता हूँ. The word here is congenital. So congenital means connected since birth or connected since childhood. What I want to express here is that the moment you see this CON, इसका मतलब ये होता है to connect, join, combine. So we can have words like convivial, we have words like confluence, we can write words like concourse, we can write words like conflagration, and many more, and many more. Of course, having good knowledge of these prefix, having good knowledge of vocabulary will help you in questions of one word substitution. So that is why I always believe that the moment you learn a new word, उसके around peripheral जितना चीजें लिख सको, जितना discussion कर सको, अच्छा होता है. Now, piss poor is like extremely poor, very poor, substandard, below standard performance. That is exactly what piss poor here means in question number 30, students. We are done with question number 30. Let's now move to the next one, students. Here's the next question. It's brass monkeys outside. Now there are monkeys. Monkeys हैं तो क्या हो सकता है? What do monkeys do? क्या कर रहे हैं monkeys यहाँ पे? Brass monkeys outside. It's brass monkeys outside means it's very cold outside, something that is very frigid. Amicable and amiable दोनों का meaning same होता है. Amicable and amiable is for friendly. Amicable and amiable is for something that is very friendly. Friendly or a friendly manner. It's brass monkeys outside. That means it's too cold outside. That is what this idiom means. And I'm pretty sure बहुत से बच्चों ने ये idiom पहली बार देखा है. बता दो भाई मुझे कमेंट करके. पहली बार देखा है? Brass monkeys outside. Very cold, very frigid outside. Here is the next question. Question 32. We are now with sentence rearrangement type questions. Sentence rearrangement. So I can give you a minute to solve this one, students. So is everyone ready with the answer? I believe I'm audible now. So here's the question. This is despite the fact that there is rampant migration for rural families. I think the problem starts with part S. India is a country of villages. Now, the moment I say something is a country of villages, that by default means कि पहले मुझे rural areas के बारे में बात करनी पड़ेगी. अब rural areas के बारे में बात कहाँ पर हो रही है? Rural population still dominates the urban population as far as the number is concerned. Generally, the gains for being a unit of the urban population are less than the disadvantage and risks that are built in the urban life. So S, R, Q, and then P. This is despite the fact, ये वाली बात, this is despite the fact that there's a rampant migration. So S, R, Q, P should be the correct sequence given in option C. S के बाद P नहीं हो सकता, S के बाद R ही होगा because we say India is a country of villages. So when we are talking about villages, the next thing should be कि यार रूरल पॉपुलेशन के बारे में बात करनी पड़ेगी. रूरल पॉपुलेशन के बारे में बात ऑप्शन सी में हो रही है. So that should be our correct answer here. Let's move to the next question, students. So the parts 1 and part 6 are fixed, and here you have to arrange the other parts. Here is the next question, guys. Here is the next question. Here is the next question. So if you look at the options closely, majority of the questions start with Vishesh, what happened, beta? So majority of the questions, the options starts with Q. Your physical appearance is important enough to make significant changes in your professional and personal life. S and P would be a pair. एक ये भी चीज थी देखने लायक. So where do I see that? I see that in option B, students, and that should be my correct answer. That should be my correct answer, students. So B is your answer for question 33. Let's move to the next question. A major dash at the meeting will be the appointment of an auditor after Grant Thornton's resignation. So we had a couple of questions on sentence rearrangement, and now we have questions on contextual idioms. So can you identify which idiom should fit in the context? Now we have contextual idioms. Which idiom do you think should fit in the context? Bone of contention, tooth and nail, read between the line, or hard nut to crack? Which idiom do you think should be correct here? A major dash at the meeting. So in a meeting, you have an agenda, you have things to discuss, you have problems to discuss. A major dash, bone of contention, bone of contention. The point to discuss, or the cause of dispute. So A major bone of contention. Tooth and nail. We say fight tooth and nail. That means to fight with all possible resources. Then you have read between the lines. You're following the minute details. And then hard gram or hard nut to crack means a difficult task. A difficult task. So here A was your correct answer, students. Let's move to the next one. Here is the next question, guys. Question 35. Question 35. The incident acted as dash for delay and night as they looked into a possible lawsuit just after the incident. That means they were annoyed till that point, but एक final कुछ ऐसी चीज हो गई जिससे they decided यार अब तो lawsuit file करना ही पड़ेगा. So the incident acted as a last straw. Black and blue means to beat someone mercilessly. To beat someone mercilessly. Litmus paper is used for a test. Fool's paradise is false sense of happiness. False sense of happiness, that is what fool's paradise is. So contextually, idiom correct था last straw and other idioms की meaning देखना भी जरूरी था, which we have done. Here is the next question, students. Here is the next question. Cancer, constipation, and diverticulosis are just a few diseases that fiber will dash. Fiber will, I think fiber will help you avoid these diseases, help you keep these diseases at a distance. So keep at bay. Keep at bay. Any doubts, anyone? Any doubts? कैसा चल रहा है idioms? Are you feeling confident in idioms or not? Or is it just like कि सर बस आंसर कर दिया बट कॉन्फिडेंस है idioms में कॉन्फिडेंस है स्टूडेंट्स बिकॉज idioms is such a thing जो आप इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते it's a part of the exam idioms one word substitution vocabulary these are some of the things that you can never ignore next question students he is the topmost player dash of his own hard work So he is the topmost player dash the reward of hard work. He is reaping the harvest of his hard work. Taking a back seat means take a subordinate role. Burning the candle at both ends means working extremely hard. And speaking of the devil means talking about something bad and it happens. So B here should be the correct answer for question number 37, students. Yes, as I can see, majority of you have answered B. Let's move to the next question. If someone has the dash, they are able to speak confidently, clearly, and in a persuasive way. Someone who has good, and should I say not just good, excellent public speaking skills. So, what is the idiom that we have? Is it V-bit? Is it card up one sleeves? Is it gift of the gab? Or is it cry for the moon? गिफ्ट ऑफ द गैब, बहुत बढ़िया, सारे बच्चों ने गिफ्ट ऑफ द गैब ही आंसर किया. दैट मींस एक्सेलेंट, excellent public speaking skills. Excellent public speaking skills, but as I always say, you should not just limit yourself to answering a particular question. उसके around given options में से कोई सा भी idiom जिसका मीनिंग आपको नहीं पता है, आप मुझसे चैट सेक्शन में उसका मीनिंग पूछ सकते हैं. In the meantime, I'll move to question 39 now. So the doctor arrived in the nick of time. This means just in time. Just in time. By hook or by crook means by every means possible. Then you had sitting on the fence, not choosing sides. This is what sitting on the fence means. So C should be the correct answer here for question number 39. And as I always say, सिर्फ question answer करने तक limited मत रहा करो. उसके अराउंड जितनी information, जितनी additional चीजें हैं, वो भी आपको पता होनी चाहिए. Let's answer question 40, students. I was dash about leaving London. My friends were there, but at the same time, I really wanted to work abroad. So if he's conveying two situations, वो two situations पे बात कर रहे हैं कि friends were there and at the same time I wanted to work abroad. So that means he's in two minds. When we say someone is in two minds, that means they are undecided. Now there's one idiom That is Tijuana taxi. It is basically a police car. A police car. I think this might be new to a lot of you. Again, very rare do you see such things in exam, but then again, prepare सारी चीजों को करके चलना है. So that was your question number 40, students. Let's move to the next one now. 41, another question on idioms. हमारे शुरू में बहुत सारे questions grammar vocabulary related है. Of course, then we will have questions of RCs as well. What do you think about this question, students? What do you think about this question? The gun runner has a dash. He sells arms to both the Arabs and Israelis. Wow. The gun runner has foot in both camps. Foot in both camps. दोनों जगह जो हिंदी में भी से कि यार दोनों नाव पर पैर रखा हुआ है. Similar to that. So that was question 41. Another one from idioms, and I'm pretty sure idioms और grammar का तो मैं आपको इतना practice आज करा दूंगा कि उसके questions आप एग्जाम में गलत नहीं करेंगे. Here is the next question, guys. Here's the next question. Which phrasal verb means to find, meet or find by chance? Now, phrasal verbs की students अगर आपको पढ़ना है मैं आपको एक list दे देता हूँ. I can tell you a list of around 10 to 12 verbs. उन verbs के around अगर आपने phrasal verbs पढ़ लिया, I don't think there is anything left that can bother you. कौन से वो verbs हैं? Verbs like act, verbs like ask, verbs like back, verbs like break, verbs like bring, cut, call, fall, give, put, set, run. Words like look, take. अगर आप इतने verbs वाले सारे phrasal verbs पढ़ लेते हो, I don't think there is anything left. I keep repeating this. I don't think there's anything left that can bother you in the exams. Run into someone, that means to meet someone accidentally. I beg your pardon, it should be run into. Look into means, look मैंने यहाँ पर लिखा है, नहीं लिखा है. Look ये रहा, ठीक है. Look into means to examine or investigate. Examine, investigate. Take after means take care of something. Put off means postpone. Put off, call off. There are such phrasal verbs. So as I said, itni list agar aap kar lete, I think you're doing a very good job. Let's move to the next one, students. Breakdown. Now, breakdown has two different meanings, but they have given you the context. They want to know what does breakdown mean in terms of machines, in terms of objects. What does it mean, students? What does breakdown mean here? Breakdown means to stop functioning, yes. So breakdown has two meanings. Breakdown has two meanings. The first one is to stop functioning. The other one is to start crying. start crying. Start crying. ठीक है? So that was question 43 students. I think question हमने आंसर कर अच्छे से कर लेते हो. I don't think कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आपको होने वाला है. इतनी लिस्ट आप कर लो. That's all students. Here's the next question. Here is the next question. Here is the next question. If you bring up a topic, what are you doing? As I said, bring is also one of those key verbs जिसके around बहुत सारे phrasal verb होते हैं. Bring up, bring in, bring out. There are many. Carry भी एक उस list में आप add कर सकते हो. Carry is also one of those जिसके phrasal verbs बड़े important होते हैं exam point of view से. Bring up something. So when you're bringing up something, you're bringing it up. You're trying to mention something. You're not ignoring it. So forgetting, ignoring, concluding नहीं होता. It should be mentioning something. Present something. Mention something to present something. So B should be your correct answer, students, for question number 44. Yes, हमने grammar किया, हम vocabulary कर रहे हैं, अभी हम phrasal verbs कर रहे हैं. Soon we'll be focusing our attention on reading comprehension and sentence rearrangement as well, because that is also an integral part of exams. Turn up, students. Turn up, turn down can have 4 different meanings. And इस क्वेश्चन में थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन हो सकता है. Now turn up and turn down, of course, volume के sense में भी use होता है. Turn up can have these 2 meanings. I think there's some issue with the question. Context mention नहीं है. I beg your pardon. Turn up can be used in these 2 sense, and same for turn down, students. Phrasal verb turn down, पहला तो to decrease the volume. And second is to reject an offer. Turn down someone's request, turn down someone's offer, to reject something. So phrasal verb इस question में तो आपने answer कर दिया for question 45, but you should know the other meanings as well. Exam में other meanings भी हो सकते हैं. So that was 45, students. 46. Which phrasal verb means to delay or postpone something? Which phrasal verb means to delay or postpone something? Delay or postpone something. Which phrasal verb am I talking about? And if you guys are new to the session, and if you feel that these sessions are helpful for you, do like the sessions. And of course, कोई doubt है तो आप chat section में discuss कर सकते हैं. Set up means to establish something. Put off is the correct phrasal verb. Turn down, अभी हमने देखा, turn down is related to rejection. Make up for something means to try to pacify, try to appease someone. Try to pacify or appease someone. Let's move to the next question, guys. Here's the next question. What does take after mean in the context? What does take after mean? What does take after mean, students? What does take after mean? So when you say you take after someone, that means you're taking care of someone, looking after, take after. They have similar meanings, students. And take is also one of those verbs, as I said, जिसके phrasal verbs बड़े important हैं. So take after means to take care of someone, which is given in option C, students. Which is given in option C. That was question number 47. Phrasal verb से कैसे deal करना है? I think ये सारे discussions हम कर चुके हैं. But of course we have more such questions. No, we are done with phrasal verbs. So here is a question, and this is something that I call fixed preposition. There are certain verbs जिनके साथ fix होता है कि क्या preposition use होना है. So this is what I call fixed preposition. Can you answer this? Can you answer this, students? It's A, Sahil, for which one? Take after, nahi, resemble someone in appearance or behavior, that's a different thing, Sahil. ये phrasal verb नहीं होता है उसके लिए. Let's look at this question, students. Question 48 for today's session. The request for reduction in the GST rate for lotteries has not been dashed by the government. Exceeded to, extended to, or acceded. So what should be the correct verb and preposition pair here? Verb and preposition pair, कौन सा होना चाहिए, students? What do you guys think? What do you people think? It should be acceded to. That means to agree to the demands. Agree to something. Agree to something. So B, again, this categorizes under fixed preposition. There are certain verbs जिनके साथ fix है कि क्या preposition use होना है. 100 out of 100 times that is going to happen. So that was question number 48. We are almost halfway through our sessions. Is there anyone who's feeling exhausted? Is there anyone who's feeling exhausted? आप already एक session attend कर चुके हो. Are you feeling exhausted? So the words here are assiduous, macabre, mnemonic, upholstery. Select the wrongly spelt word. Select the word that is wrongly spelt. I think assiduous is correct. Macabre is also correct. Mnemonic is also correct. Upholstery is the one which is incorrect. It should have been uphold. S-T-E-R-Y. Again, spell check is something. Spell check is something, students, where we as teachers cannot help you a lot. या तो spelling आपको पता है या आपको spelling नहीं पता है. There is nothing like any rules that we can tell you as teachers. If you put in spell check, you should go back and thank your primary school teachers भाई जिन्होंने आपसे बार बार कि एक ही बात को 5 बार लिख के लाना है, 10 बार कर लाना है. I think repetition के through people are good with their spellings. That was 49, students. Here is the next question. Opposite to inveigle. Opposite to inveigle. इनवीगल का मीनिंग क्या होता है? इनवीगल का मीनिंग होता है किसी को अट्रैक्ट करना, परसुएड करना, बेवकूफ बनाना। That is what inveigle is all about. So inveigle के सारे synonyms हैं. Inveigle means to lure. Swindle is also a synonym for this. Swindle. So persuade, cajole, deceive, all these are synonyms of the word. All these are synonyms of inveigle. Here we need the word that is opposite in meaning. So the word here should be repulsive. That is your correct answer. Inveigle, unctuous, I am not so sure about the meaning of that word, Madhav. Inveigle, correct antonym would be repulse, rather, not repulsive, repulse. So we are down to 50 questions. We are down to the first 50 questions. First half of the session is over. Let's move to the next half. Manas, yes, I know it's difficult, but if we have an exam after a week's time and if we expect कि आज से हम vocabulary में कुछ better कर पाएंगे, I doubt that. But if you still feel कि कुछ tips and tricks, I think prefix, suffix, root words, अगर इन पे अच्छा command है, so that gives you an edge over other students. That can help you in option elimination. So Manas, going forward, I think परसों ही IIMK का एग्जाम है, so that's the only thing that we can do from now on. Choose the words which expresses similar meaning of jaded office goers. The 5-day week in government offices is bound to benefit the jaded office goers. मतलब अभी तक 6 day a week का norm था. Yes, we only have a day's time left, Madhav. So that is what I said कि आज अगर मुझसे आप पूछोगे सर vocabulary का क्या कर सकते हैं, I would say we can only just hope कि जो vocabulary पढ़ा है वो एग्जाम में आ जाए. That's the only thing we can do from this point on. Jaded office goers. So अब 6 day a week से अगर 5 day a week हो गया तो जो jaded office goers हैं, जो fatigue हो चुके हैं, जो थक चुके हैं, fatigue, exhausted. Fatigue, exhausted office goers. Vigorous is full of energy, full of enthusiasm. Full of energy, full of enthusiasm. So C here should be the correct answer, students. For question number 51, only Arushi's answer looks correct. And fingers crossed, let's hope कि यही words exam में उठकर भी आ जाएं. Let's move to the next question, question number 56. 52. If someone is on Carey Street, what does this mean? If I say someone is on Carey Street, Carey Street is a street that is in London. Carey Street is a street in London and वहां पर bankruptcy court है. The state of bankruptcy. Carey Street is a state of bankruptcy, someone who is on the verge of bankruptcy. Now bankruptcy क्या होता है? Bankruptcy is Bankruptcy is, just a second, a state bankruptcy is not being able to pay off one's loans. Not being able to pay off one's loans. So bankruptcy एक word होता है and the other synonym for this is insolvency. Bankruptcy and insolvency. These are the words, students. Next, here's the next question, students. Whatever the circumstances, we will not leave Akshay to fate. मतलब कुछ भी हो जाए, we will not leave him to fate. We will either swim or sink. We shall dash together. So swim or sink means to be. Swim or sink means to, in all circumstances. In all circumstances. In all circumstances. That is what this means. That is what this means. Swim or sink. किसी भी situation में हम अक्षय का साथ देने वाले हैं. Now it's time that we come to some questions of reading comprehension, students. So here is your passage followed by some questions. Here's your passage, guys. Here's the passage, guys. Here is the passage. Now the passage is about Yoko Ono's work here. And important बात यहाँ पर क्या लिखी हुई है कि it reflected strong strain of violence and sadism that lies barely contained beneath the surface of most genteel art show going audience, just like 3 years later, the vitriol that Ono drew from allegedly breaking up with the Beatles would bear toxic, misogynistic side of rock and roll fandom. So we all are polished human beings, but underlying stress और जो sadistic हमारा nature है, वो express हो रहा है यहाँ पे. The myth that Ono is to blame for the demise of one of the greatest musical acts of all time was born in 1970, and it's taken half a century for it to finally be laid to rest. In a 3-part, 8-hour-long documentary, Get Back, filmmaker Peter Jackson uses footage from the 3-week period the Beatles wrote and rehearsed the songs that would eventually make it into the Let It Be to draw a portrait of group of musicians who are clearly drifting apart. Perhaps it has to do as much with the race, with gender, but almost From the start, Ono was singled out for the fandom's ire for the Beatles breakup. So it's about Yoko Ono's life. Then there's the other part, and then here is a question. So here's the question, students. If you're done reading the passage, let's answer the question. Eerie pre-signed. Now, eerie is something that is weird, something that is strange. Weird, strange. So eerie pre-signed is uncannily perceptive. Pre-signed is something that we know. So we are creating perceptions here. Spookily clairvoyant. Yes, yes, I beg your pardon. I think, huh? Spooky is also synonymous of eerie, and clairvoyant is something that presents the message, something that tells us about events that will happen in the future. So A should be correct here for question 54. Here is the next question. The author through paragraph 1 indicates what? What does the author indicate through the first paragraph? क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं? क्या कहना चाह रहा है ऑथर? The author wishes to tell that the 1964 performance art piece by Yoko Ono revealed the underlying aggressive and unkind streak wrapped up in polished mannerism, because लोगों के अंदर का stress, लोगों का अंदर का वो sadistic approach यहाँ पे दिख रहा था in the first paragraph. So that should be your answer to the first question number 55. Then, which of all the following can be inferred except which one? All the following can be inferred except which one? Question number 56, students. Question number 56. Question number 56. So I think can be inferred except which one? So I think author in सारी बातों को agree करता है. But this cannot be inference. Targeting Yoko Ono was a random act because of her race and gender. No, this is the correct answer. It was not a random act. It was not a random act. Madhav and Sahil, your answers are correct. Can you come up with reasons as well? Why do you think this cannot be inferred? ये रैंडम नहीं था. रैंडम नहीं था तो क्या था? ये पैसेज में लिखा हुआ है. ठीक है, यहाँ पर बात लिखी हुई है कि the documentary shows that she was only one of the many guests which included so many people. Ono was described as dragon lady, her name passing into the cultural lexicon for women who is controlling or interfering. The word owes Ono an apology. So it was not a random act. Which of the following reflects the tone and attitude of the author towards Yoko Ono? The author, I think he talks about all the points, and then he's also very mild. He knows कि Yoko Ono का इतना ज़्यादा गलती नहीं था. So I think he is assertive and defensive in nature. He is assertive in many sense, but defensive as well. Yes, Suryansh, Neelam, Sahil, I think everyone has answered correctly. Let's move to the next question from this passage. Question 58. What is the central idea? Central idea क्या है यहाँ पे? What is the central idea? To highlight the three-part data documentary, I think that is just providing support to the central idea. Racial discrimination नहीं. The author demanding a public apology from the fans of Beatles for a malicious ranting vented at Yoko Ono for her alleged breakup of Beatles. I think this is what the central idea is. If anyone has any idea about the story of the Beatles band, I think उसके लिए ये सारी चीजें it would be like bread and butter for you. So that was question 58. That was our first passage, students. Let's move to the next passage. This is about fact-finding mission for COVID-19. So I can give you 2 minutes to go through this, and then we can answer the questions. So I hope everyone is done reading the passage now. If we are, it's time that we answer the questions. So कुछ information ये भी है, and here is your first question from the passage. That is question number 59. Question number 59. So which of the following statement is are correct? So WHO is inherently limited. Yes. This is mentioned by WHO कि यार जिस भी कंट्री में हम जा रहे हैं वहां पर उसके limitations हैं और उस limitations में रहकर ही हमें behave करना है. WHO can enter any member countries and engage in research on their terms? No. This is the contrary of what is written in the passage. So only statement 1 is correct here. Let's answer the next question, students. Which of the following correctly conveys the meaning of zoonosis as has been used in the passage? Zoonosis. One who studies zoonosis. Is a disease which can be transferred to humans from animals. I think zoonosis यही होता है if you have it's basic general knowledge अगर आपने COVID times में ये चीज पढ़ी होगी. So it is what this is what it means. A disease that can transfer from animals to humans और जो उनके study करते हैं वो zoonocist होते हैं. Next question, guys. The main theme of the passage revolves around which of the following? Question 61. Main theme of the passage. Main theme, main idea. What do you think? Yes, the main theme here is that how we need a different approach. ठीक है, tremendously good job अगर कर रहा होता WHO, so there would not have been a global outbreak. How we need to politicize, nahi. This is again incorrect. How we need a new managing committee, nahi. It's about how the countries are working in cohesion to change the approach so that they can monitor, investigate, and control global outbreaks as WHO. Here's the next question. Which of the following opinions does not convey the meaning of bickering? Does not convey bickering. Now, bickering, like I teach in classes, यार कि किसी के साथ आपका बकर बकर हो गया, किसी के साथ आपका बहस हो गया, किसी के साथ आपका argument हो गया. So, which of the following is not bickering? I think A is bickering, 2 is bickering, C is not bickering, I think. Criticism is not bickering. Engage in short, confused fight, argue about petty and trivial matters, minor dispute. किसी के साथ छोटी मोटी बातों के लिए आपकी बहस हो गई है. That is exactly what bickering is. And the last question from this passage. Which of the following options properly convey the word hypothesis? What is hypothesis, students? What is hypothesis? Hypothesis, अगर आपको general meaning भी पता, I think it would be easy for you to answer this question. So hypothesis is something that we believe to be true. पहले से मान के चलते हैं. So it is a supposition or a proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence at the starting of the investigation. So students, these were the two important passages, and जो इन passages का level था, जो इनके different type of questions थे, you can expect similar questions in your exam as well. Exam easy नहीं होने वाला है. इसका level भी, I would say it was moderate. So we are done with passages now. We are back to standalone questions. So here is a question on sentence rearrangement. So I guess everyone is ready with the answers to this question. I think. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this one? So let me read this. They learned that if they brought the kid in, they could get another $5. The first time I went on stage with my father, I was 5 years old, and we were at a hotel in New York. My brother paid. ठीक है. I think it should be B. What do you think? Is there anyone who thinks B is the correct answer? Because सारे के सारे pronouns ही चल रहे हैं. नाम तो है नहीं, तो क्या करें फिर? Yes, yes, I think BCAD should be the correct sequence. You guys are right. I think BCAD because author अपने आप को I convey कर रहा है, then he's talking about his father, his mother, and फिर they लिखा हुआ है, so of course they हम तभी introduce करेंगे when we know about कि they कौन है, father and mother दोनों की बात होगी. Yes, C is correct here, students. Let's move to the next question then. Let's move to the next question. Another question from sentence rearrangement. Question 65, students. Another question from sentence rearrangement. Now, a few I did a show in Vegas. ठीक है, the best 2 hours and 20 minutes I ever had on stage. I would say one thing is for sure here that B and D would be a pair. अगर मुझे इसमें कुछ भी नहीं समझ में आता, there is one thing that is quite obvious that B and D is a pair because एक जगह पे question है and there has to be an answer for it. So B, my mom and dad came back to the dressing room and I said, "How was it, Dad?" He said, "It wasn't." So BD यहाँ पे दिख रहा है, BD यहाँ पे दिख रहा है, and I think CABD would be the sequence because it cannot start with B. It cannot start with B, students. So I think C should be the correct answer here. Let's move to the next question on sentence rearrangement. Another question on sentence rearrangement, students. We have a lot of questions now to deal with in sentence rearrangement. Question 66. When a man is his son's hero, it's about the best thing the God gave us on this planet. I can see it now in my son, Anthony. I think it is already arranged in a proper manner. So why am I saying that? Because A starts with a quote. It starts with a quote. So A should be at the beginning. A should be at the beginning क्योंकि वो idea express कर रहा है, एक नया issue वहां पर ला रहा है. Starting with a quote. And the rest follow. The rest follow it. So that was 66 students. Here is the next question. I think this one again starts with a quote. So it's a bit of a giveaway that it will start with. सिर्फ starting समझ जाओगे, I don't think there's anything that can bother you in such a question. सिर्फ opening समझना है और कुछ भी नहीं. Yes, I think everyone now understands that this will also start with C. Starting with a quote, of course. Quote mind and you will, conquer. Conquer the mind and you will conquer the world. Looking back strains your neck muscles. So looking back is not an option. Similarly, living in the past strains your life. Do not dwell on the past. Have faith in yourself and you will have faith in others. So again, fulfill your destiny. Motivating sense में चल रहा है. C opening sentence होगा. C और A एक pair होगा. I think इतनी बातें अगर आप identify कर लेते हो, so ये question आपके लिए problem create नहीं करेगा. So that was the correct answer here. Let's move to the next one, students. We have 5 sentences now. Again, opening sentence here is a very, very, very big clue, students. If you can identify the opening sentence, आगे की सारी चीजें easy हो जाएंगी. मुझे इसमें पेयर्स दिख गए हैं, आपको दिखे हैं क्या? Opening sentence, students. I think it will start with C and A will follow. These sentences, they look terrifying. They look like fiendish, but सिर्फ ओपनिंग सेंटेंस आइडेंटिफाई करना या एक पेयर आइडेंटिफाई करना, आई थिंक इतना कर लेने से एवरीथिंग वर्क्स इन योर फेवर. सो इसके बाद कुछ भी नहीं बचता है, स्टूडेंट्स. दैट वाज क्वेश्चन नंबर 68, करेक्ट आंसर बीइंग ऑप्शन सी. Next up, again, we have a question on sentence rearrangement of 5 different sentences. Can you arrange them? What should be the correct pair, students? Are you able to identify the opening sentence? That's the key in questions of sentence rearrangement, especially when there are 5 sentences or 4 sentences. That's the key to things. So I believe it should start with D. Small issues sometimes have great symbolic power. And to everybody, देखो यहाँ पे B लिखा हुआ है, तो B बाद में आना चाहिए ना. And to everybody, it should be DE. To those who enjoy thundering across the countryside in red coats after foxes Fox hunting symbolizes the ancient roots of rural life. To much of the labor movement, it symbolizes the brutality of the upper class. And smallish, and then to fox hunting supporters, Labour's 1991 manifesto to commitment to ban it symbolizes the party's metropolitan roots and hostility to the countryside. And last में भी आएगा, and to everybody watching. पहले लेबर्स की बात कर ली, हंटर्स की बात कर ली, then we will come to that part for everyone, including everyone. So DEACB, ये मेरा रीजन है ए चूज करने का. अगेन ये वर्ड्स बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट है. एवरीबडी लिखा हुआ है ना, सो एवरीबडी में सब आ गए, लेबर्स, हंटर्स, द नॉर्मल पीपल, राइट. सो डिड यू अंडरस्टैंड द क्वेश्चन स्टूडेंट्स? मेरा रीजन समझ में आया? आई होप आप भी इसी तरीके से दिमाग चला पाओगे इन द एक्चुअल एग्जाम कमिंग संडे. हियर इज द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन स्टूडेंट्स. Now, some sentences are grammatically incorrect. Here we have to tell the sentences that are grammatically correct. Grammatically correct कौन से हमें ये बताना है. Now here you have to identify the sentences that are correct, sentences that do not contain any error. So if I read from the first one, देखो हो ये questions भी जाते हैं. All that matters here is that these questions are lengthy. They will take some time. So I'll read. If you look at US market, अब यहाँ पर ही कह रहे हैं, the US market. These ad networks play fast and loose. I think ये loose का spelling error है. This is not an error. This is just a typo, students. Play fast and loose. Please ignore the typo. Imagine many ways to fix this problem. For example, the top 20 advertisers should form an association and demand ad networks that they provide a better guarantee so that they get what they are supposed to get. I think इसमें कोई problem नहीं है. This almost sound like नहीं होना चाहिए. This is singular, so it should be sounds. ये genuine error है. Students, this was just a typing error. Please ignore this. So A और D में तो errors हैं, but there are no errors in sentences B and C. There are no errors in sentences B and C. ठीक है. Next question, students. Again, you have to identify कहाँ पर आपको error दिख रहा है, कहाँ पर नहीं दिख रहा है. So in question number 27, if you read, I would say A and D are the ones, A and C are the ones that have no error. So ऐसे questions में again, I'll skip through these questions because they're taking a lot of time. But all I want you guys to understand here is कि exam में ऐसे questions भी होते हैं. If examiner wishes कि यार paper tough बनाना है, grammar के questions tough देने, इस type के questions होंगे. Easy questions होंगे तो जो हमने initially देखे थे error detection type questions. Let's quickly move to this question, questions 73 to 75, students. Let's answer these questions. Let's answer these questions. The committee came to a decision to discuss in detail about the assorted problems that people have been facing for a long time. Which word do you think is incorrect? Came to decision about or a long time? Which of the words do you think should be is of no use? Which word do you think is of no use? So if we look at this question, students, we never write discuss plus about because discuss itself means talking about something. So there's no such pair of discuss plus about. So the usage of about is incorrect here. C should be the correct answer to this question. Let's answer the next one. I know you must not see eye to eye with the philosophy of Ramakrishna, but you must admit that it had tremendous influence over a great many followers. Which word do you think is not correct? I think the two hads that we have here do not go well in this context. It had nahi. We are talking about the past. So had use hota hai, of course, when this is working as a helping verb and this is working as V3. But we are talking about simple past tense, तो एक ही had होना चाहिए था. Since we are talking about simple past tense, so there should have been usage of the single had. Here is the next question, students. The principal inquired with the children if they would like their teacher to repeat the lesson again. Interesting question again. What about this question, students? So when we use the word repeat, now repeat itself means to do something again. So there is no such pair in English as repeat plus again. Repeat plus again जैसा कोई pair नहीं होता. It makes the sentence superfluous. Similar to what we discussed in discuss plus about. Discuss plus about जैसा कुछ नहीं होता. So there's nothing like repeat plus again. इस पर भी अगर आपको एक quick revision करना है, so you should go and Google what are superfluous expressions. So you'll get a list of words कि जो साथ में use नहीं होते. Like we never use angry mob. We never use angry mob. Why? Because mob पहले से ही बहुत गुस्से में है. Mob is angry crowd. Mob is violent crowd. So why give more anger? Why add more anger to mob? So again, there are such words known as superfluous expressions. Here is the next question, students. You have to tell the word near. Where is it used as an adverb? Where it is used as a verb? Where is it used as a preposition? And where is it used as an adjective? Question number 76, students. Here the numbering, again, numbering is missing, I guess. It should be 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here's the numbering, students. So her school is near the church. This is preposition. So A3 यहाँ पर दिख रहा है. You can eliminate these two options. A near relation must be considered. Relation and near. Adjective. B4. Where do you see B4? Here it is. Come near and pay attention. Coming near is an adverb. So it should be 1C, an adjective and a verb, time nears. So 2D1, ठीक है. This should be the answer here. This should be the answer to this question. Again, एक ही word है. It can be used as various parts of speech and there can be such match the column type questions. That was 76. Now the word that we have is wrong. Wrong. So adjective, noun, verb, adverb. What do you think about question number 77, students? Here again, we have a word that is used as different parts of speech. Who is in the wrong? Now here we have an article. और article के बाद या तो noun हो सकता है या adjective हो सकता है. Had this been an adjective, तो फिर इसके आगे noun होना चाहिए था. यहाँ पर noun नहीं है, that means this is a noun. A2, right? A2 कहाँ दिख रहा है? In the first two options. Wrong others, wrong yourself. यहाँ पे लिखा you're fixate on the wrong things. Article, adjective, noun. So ये adjective है. C1 कहाँ दिख रहा है? C1 यहाँ दिख रहा है. So there's no point reading all the other options. आपको दो भी अगर पता है, तीन भी पता है, I think that is enough for you guys to answer such questions in the exam. Don't read all the options, right? So that was question 77 for you. Here again, we have a question on sentence rearrangement. We have 4 more questions on sentence rearrangement. Different type of sentence rearrangement because the first statement is static. The last one is static and you have to arrange A, B, C, D in an order. Let's see if you can do this. Here is question number 78. I think it will start with C and it will end with B. How do I decide that? मेरा reason समझना and of course यही strategy आपको exam में भी use करनी है. The modern era may be said to have began about the year 1895. Now when I see option C, between that year and year 1900, so that year कौन सा year है? It is 1895, students. Do you guys agree with this point or not? So it will start with C. Okay? When I say it starts with C, you can eliminate these two options. leaving us with option A and option D. अब मैं लास्ट अगर देखने जाऊं तो यहां लिखा दीज लिटिल बॉडीज और बी में लिखा हुआ इलेक्ट्रिफाइड बॉडी इज वेरी मच स्मॉलर देन हाइड्रोजन एटम. सो बी एंड में आएगा. मैं बीच का पार्ट रीड करने नहीं जाऊंगा. हाउ डिड आई गेट टू दिस कंक्लूजन? समझना, मैंने स्टैटिक सेंटेंस रीड किया, मैंने सी को आइडेंटिफाई किया. स्टेटमेंट्स मैंने ऑफकोर्स सारे रीड किए, बट दो चीजें निकल कर आई. दैट सी शुड बी एट द बिगिनिंग, सी शुड फॉलो वन, and B should precede option 6, this one, the static one. So C, D, A, B should be the correct sequence here. Let's move to the next one now. According to Einstein, gravitation is an inherent property of space-time. So if in this question the only thing you can identify is that B will follow the first one. According to Einstein, gravitation is an inherent property of space-time. B में लिखा हुआ है कि उसी चीज को for with example वो cite कर रहा है. So BDAC should be your correct sequence here. BDAC should be your correct sequence here. Let's move to the next question, students. Leadership inevitably requires using power to influence the thoughts and actions of other people. सिर्फ ओपनिंग वन के बाद क्या आ रहा है, बस आप उतना आइडेंटिफाई कर लोगे, दैट वुड बी इनफ टू आंसर द क्वेश्चन. I believe that it would start with C if I'm not wrong. Probably B as well. I think there is some issue with the options here. Just give me a second. There's some issue with the options. All right. Let's now try some vocabulary-based fill-in-the-blank type questions, students. Let's try some vocab-based fillers. Let's try some vocab-based fillers. Here is your question, students. In an attempt to dash the effects of bad year, farmers planted a second crop. So they were already at a stage where the year was not good for them. What would they do? They would try to mitigate the effects of something. Mitigate means to reduce the effects. So to mitigate the effects of a bad year, farmers planted something, the second crop. Next question. Clarence was well known for his dash, his ability to lie on the couch and watch TV all day. His ability to lie on the couch watching TV all day, that means he is lacking energy. Energy नहीं है, एक चीज तो समझ में आ गई, एक चीज तो समझ आ गई कि एनर्जी नहीं है. एनर्जी नहीं है मतलब lethargy है, of course. Lethargic. Animosity is hatred or anger. Futility is wasting one's efforts. Reticent is someone who says things in short and brief sentences. So again, all the words are important here. All the words are important. Here is the next question. The state accountants were dash in their use of tax dollars for lunch. Either they were very miser, either they were unwilling to spend money, or they were very generous. So that is the kind of word that we need here. That is the kind of word that we need here in this context. So either it could have been frugal or prodigal. Prodigal is one who is extravagant. Extravagant is one who loves to spend money. One who loves to spend money. So that was prodigal. Lucid, servile, obscure, again ये सारे words भी बड़े important है. Lucid is very crystal clear. Servile is one who's ready to agree to people's demands. Servile, subservient. Then you have obscure. Obscure is vague, unknown, unclear. So सारे words, as I said, सारे words important है. With all those injuries, death was dash. Death was inevitable, students. Inevitable जैसा कोई word यहाँ पर चाहिए है. So inevitable or ineludible. Death को elude करना was not possible here. So ineludible or inevitable. Inevitable. Next question, guys. Next question. Next question. No one really liked the Attorney General, but no one could doubt her dash. You cannot doubt truth. So veracity is truthfulness. Veracity is truthfulness, students. ठीक है. Veracity is truthfulness. Let's answer the next question, students. So, आपको systematic का synonymous word बताना है. The word that could replace systematic in the given sentence. The sentence is, the Tasmanian tiger's natural habitat was taken over by sheep farming decades ago, resulting in the animal's systematic elimination from the area. What should be the correct word that should replace systematic here? So systematic is something that is well ordered, something that is done in order. So systematic is well ordered here in this context. Here's the next question. She found the statistics on car accidents to be disturbing and she wanted to do something to encourage better driving in young drivers. Now, the main thing here is that we have a verb ing form. So irrespective of whether you understand कि क्या लगाना है, क्या replace करना है, नहीं करना है, the word that should be replaced should be in the ing form as well. So among the options, we have only one word here. डायरेक्टली आप ऐसे क्वेश्चंस कर सकते हो, डायरेक्टली आप ऐसे स्मार्ट वर्क कर सकते हो एग्जाम्स में. So that was question 88, students. Let's move to the next one. Someone living in a cold climate buys a winter coat that is stylish but not warm in order to appear sophisticated. Sophisticated का synonymous word. You have to find a word that can replace sophisticated here. So the word that can replace it is mundane. Mundane is a word that means highly fashionable. So that was question 89, students. Let's move to the next one. Choose the sentence which is grammatically incorrect. Choose the sentence that is grammatically incorrect. So the one that is grammatically incorrect is this one. Every business strives to increase its productivity. With each, every, we always use singular verbs and singular adjectives as well. So that was the question. Question 90 answer should be option B, students. Chalo, let's wrap this one quickly. We have 10 more questions left to go. 10 more questions, students. Once we are done with these 10 questions, so Earth's average annual temperature has increased by about 0.5 degrees Celsius over the last century. Volcanic dust and other particles in the atmosphere reflect much of the sun's radiation back into space. No one with a felony conviction, no one भी लिखा हुआ है, cannot be लिखा हुआ है, can be appointed होना चाहिए. Felony is the act of possessing drugs, if I'm not wrong. Felony is the act of possessing drugs. So that was 91 students. Here is question 92. Donna did not report this practice to the authorities out of fear that her employers would retaliate against her. The electricity to charge, I think electricity to charge. ठीक है. Electricity to charge these batteries. ठीक है. Each of these three power sources produce considerable environmental power sources. Each of produce नहीं होना चाहिए था. It should be produces because the sentence starts with each of. Each, every जहां पर भी होते हैं, we use singular verb with them. It is that simple. So the moment you see them, always go searching for the verb. Electronic media have corroded the intellectual skills required. Electronic media students, singular subject. So it should be has corroded. Has corroded. First part is incorrect. Next question, 94. Standard aluminium soft drink cans. Soft drink cans. Now, when we say soft drink cans, तो ये हुआ plural subject. And if there's a plural subject, it should take a plural verb do. If there's a plural subject, it should take a plural verb, right? Next question, students. We should make the protection of our clients' confidentiality our highest priority. The land party achieved its only national victory. Now here's where the error is. It with an apostrophe s means it plus is. It plus is का मतलब क्या है? It's a pronoun and this is a verb. But when you have its, this is a possessive adjective. This is a possessive adjective. So the land party achieved its only national victory. It's without an apostrophe. So part B was the one that contained a grammatical error. आप अपने chit chat में लगे हुए हो, but आप ये देख रहे हो कि कितने जल्दी errors spot करते हुए मैं आगे बढ़ता जा रहा हूँ. So I expect the same from you guys as well. Straight from the horse's mouth. Now the moment I teach animal idioms in the sessions, the moment I teach animal idioms, horse के ऊपर बहुत सारे idioms बताता हूँ, and this is one of them. To have information straight from the horse's mouth, that means to have information from a reliable source, main source, reliable source. Reliable source or the main source. Reliable source or the main source. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Again, one of those from animal idioms. A wolf in sheep's clothing. What does this mean? Wolf in sheep's clothing is someone who appears innocent but is harmful. Someone who is deceptive in his appearance. That is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bite the bullet, students. Bite the bullet. Bite the bullet. Just a second. Bite the bullet, doing something unpleasant. जो आप करना नहीं चाहते थे, but somehow you had to do it. That is what biting the bullet is. Next up, we have cutting corners. Cutting corners. मुझे एक पेंटिंग बनानी है कुछ ऐसी, but if I'm cutting corners, what does that mean? मैं जितना costing लग रहा है उसको कम करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. I'm trying to reduce the cost of something. So being frugal. Being frugal. Frugal is economical. Frugal is economical, students. So that was question number 99, and I wish to stay not out at 99. So these were some of the important 99 questions that I expect will help you in your exam. That is the day after, that is on Sunday. That was all from my side. It's break time now, and you will have another teacher with part 3. Thank you, students.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Am I audible to each of you? I know it's been a long day, and I was just reading the comments here. So, yes, who's gotten it right? Let me figure this out. Yes, so Suraj has gotten it right. It is the class that had gotten postponed in the morning. Because of some issue, we could not start the class. But then, never late than being, I mean, never late than being ever. So, might as well we begin with the class right now. But first things first, I need a heads up as to whether I am audible or not. If I could just get a confirmation, please. And once that's an uptick, we will begin with what is it that we have for today. And I hope you guys are well fed, both physically, I mean, appetite wise, and in your minds, because we're going to be studying for another 2 hours uninterrupted. And that is when you can and that's when we're going to be calling it a day. So for the next 2 hours, of course, there's going to be no slogging. There's going to be no, dilly-dallying, nothing of that sort. It's the last 2 hours that we have. Let's just give it our all in. But of course, before we begin any of those, I will need a confirmation as to whether I am audible or not. So if you could please just do that. I'm reading it via the chat box. Let me know if my visual and my audio both are absolutely perfect. Kushal, which institute you are giving? Okay, all right. Can we check on the audibility? Perfect. All right. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you guys? Y'all can survive another 2 hours, right? It wouldn't hurt you. Or is it going to be too much? I mean, 2 hours should not be a problem. Perfect. Okay. So I'm expecting that all of you guys are going to stay put. Brace yourself, because we are in the last leg of the Maha English Marathon that we've been doing today. And I'm sure by now it must have already added immense value, right? And the last 2 hours will just be the kind of closure that you need to your English preparation. And with that, you will know where you stand in terms of English and how much more do you have to. Well, I've been reading the chat, and I've been following the marathon since morning, and I've been seeing you guys doing a phenomenal job in giving the answers correctly. So that's a celebratory reason in itself already. But let's just push it to the final mile and see how much under pressure can we perform. And with that, let us begin with what is it that we have. Now, I will need, of course, all of your attention here. I know you guys are super interested in talking to one another, which is, of course, a given. Why wouldn't you otherwise? But let's just get all of our attention here, because if we don't do that, then the 2 hours might just be less to be able to finish the 40 questions that we have. Now, again, what I have brought in front of you is a combination of grammar, vocabulary, parajumbles, and reading comprehension. I mean, English doesn't have a lot to offer. It is general motley. It is the general mixture that we have, the medley of questions most of the times. But we will try to jive it up. We will try to take our active breaks in between. If you feel that it's gotten too boring, or if you feel that, you are now not in the mood to be able to push any further, let me know. We'll do some chit chat. We'll try to, relieve ourselves of all of the fatigue that must be coming along. And we'll, of course, re-begin. I mean, we'll again restart. I mean, there's nothing called re-begin though. We'll again restart with wherever it is that we left from. And with that, let us begin. Now, I am so sorry. I know that I'm starting off with one of the most boring topics that we have in English, and that is the reading comprehension. But needless to say, it is important as well. It is considered to be the sine qua non of competitive examinations, which is, it is an indispensable element. So there can be no examination which can ever be completed without asking a reading comprehension. And who am I to not solve them? So let's begin with the reading comprehension. Of course, I will give you a minute or two to browse through it. We'll move on to the next slide the moment you write next. And once we finish with all of that, we will bounce on to the questions and solve and see who's got the answer and who has not. So let us begin with what is it that we have. Now, I need you guys also to be superbly interactive in the chat box. The faster you write, the quicker I'd be able to respond. So please make sure you're being prompt. I know all of the chatting is also equally important, but I think it can just stay put for a while. And towards the end, we will give ourselves all of the liberty to be able to chat and find out what's happening and what's not. So for the final time, let's get the ball rolling. and begin with the last 2 hours of the very long marathon that we've had, and beginning with, of course, the reading comprehension. So I'm just going to slip aside, but I need you guys to finish up so that we can begin with the discussion. Simply write to me when is it that you wish to scroll. Also, do let me know if you want to read the questions first or the passage so that I can scroll first and then you can go ahead. Whatever be the kind of strategy that you feel, just make sure that you're writing it in the chat box all throughout. Ma'am, if there were four RCs, how much time should I give? Well, Suraj, that will depend on how long the RCs are and how many questions are being given. So ideally, the word limit, I mean the word speed, your speed reading should cover anywhere between 220 to 240 words per minute. That's considered to be an ideal speed of reading. The passages that you tend to have would be anywhere between 350 to 400 words, which is why 2 minutes of reading time to the passage. So anywhere between 2.5 minutes of reading time, and of course the remaining time would go to the questions. Ideally, we spend about 45 seconds per question. That's the optimum amount of time. So put it together, roughly about 5.5 to 6 minutes is what you can spend on a reading comprehension. Now, of course, you can push it. That doesn't mean that this has to be the time frame, but of course, this is where you want to come around with. So if I say 6.5, of course, you'd land up somewhere between 7.5, which is a doable target. Anything more than that, please understand you will be compromising the time from the reading onto the reading comprehension of some other question, which is not it's not a very cool thing to be doing. All right, and with that, let us begin. Okay, you do want to have a look at the questions first? Perfect. So I'm going to very quickly browse through the questions, and with that, post that, we will go back to the passage with you guys reading the passage. So the first question that we have says, the writer means that Saint Valentine actually lived. Which of the following statement best reveal the meaning? So it's a meaning, it's a vocab in context question, so it's very important that we understand also. So now over here, contextually, you have to understand what is the meaning of the phrase that we have over here. You will have to understand the inferential meaning and figure out. So let's also put it under the question stem of inference. Let's see next. Married men did not make good soldiers because, so there has to be a mention of the married men and why they did not make good soldiers. It's a cause and effect sort of a question, looks like a specific detail from the passage. The next question, Valentine was made a saint by, another specific detailed question. Of course, the information has to be specifically mentioned, and that's how you're going to be catching on to the word. Valentine was called a martyr to love because, again, there has to be a mention. So all of these are incidental to the passage, which means the mention of it has to be in the passage. And ultimately, the first manufactured Valentines were usually heart-shaped. The word Valentine here refers to, so it is again trying to figure out who does this word relate to. So all of the questions that we have clearly are specific detail, which means a proper glance onto the passage and you would know what it's trying to be speaking about. And with that, let us begin. When you want me to move on to the next slide, please just write in the chat box and I shall do as instructed. All the very best, guys. Let's begin on to the first passage. Please go. Now that everybody has read the passage, so I'm just going to like bend down. Let us first discuss what is it that the passage seems to be talking about, and post that we'll bounce on to the questions to be able to see what exactly are going to be the answers. Now I'll give you a brief of what is it that the passage seems to be about, and you simply have to match your understanding with the kind of brief that I give of the passage and see if that is exactly what you've understood. Now, essentially, the passage discusses the origin and the customs of the Valentine's Day, traditionally associated with Saint Valentine, known as the lover's artist. This was in the beginning, sorry, the lover's saint. That was in the beginning lines. Although there were some questions around his existence, historical evidence suggests that he was a Christian bishop who was martyred on February 14th, 271 AD for secretly marrying couples despite a ban by the Roman Emperor Claudius, who believed that marriage made men poor soldiers. So he was of the belief that, so a marriage does not really serve to the spirit of the soldier. Valentine was imprisoned and died for his action, later canonized by the church. The passage also tends to explore the etymology of the word Valentine from the Egyptian word which means to bear or to name or to determine, linking the day to the ancient custom of tending to assign partners by lottery. It then goes on to the modern practice of exchanging the heart-shaped gift cards, and mock Valentines reflect a shift from the chance-based pairings to freedom of the romantic choices that one now has. The passage eventually concludes by suggesting that Valentine's Day celebration, including food and decor, should reflect the romantic and the playful spirit. So a very easy passage, a very interesting passage, the kind of passage that we'd like to read also, because familiarity is a very important, it's a very important category, or it's a very important yardstick to be able to know how well are you going to understand the passage, which is why whenever we read, we always keep pushing the students to read eclectically. The more you read, the more you familiarize yourself with different genres. Again, here, this is something that we'd rather like. It had a little bit of masala, it had a little bit of controversy, it had all around Valentine's Day. Who would not know that? Now with that, let us begin. Let's try and solve the questions simultaneously and have the chat box being flooded with the answers. On to the first one, everybody. What do you think the answer is going to be? Now, it goes to say, the writer means that Saint Valentine's actually lived. Which of the following statement best reveal the meaning of this? What do you think the answer is going to be over here? Okay, so we have C coming in. How about the other ones? Okay. Okay, that's a C. That's a back-to-back C that seems to be coming in. Now, the writer happened to mention in the passage, specifically in the 4th paragraph, wherein Valentine was, of course, put to prison, where he died to love as a martyr. So over here, the moment I go about by saying that the writer means that Saint Valentine actually lived. So what is the kind of meaning that we have over here? Let's begin. Most authorities agree that Saint Valentine was known as the lover's saint. Well, that does not give us the answer as to why the author had written that he actually lived. So, of course, A is going to be not the answer for us. Let's chuck this. Valentine was put in prison and he died a martyr to love. So, he died as a martyr to love and forever lived in the heart, or forever lived with the meaning of love. That's how one symbolizes. So, well, this can also be an answer for us. Let's reserve this. There appears to be a proof that he was a Christian bishop in the 3rd century. But how does that go to say that he actually lived? It has to talk about the fact that even upon the death, there was something that, had him alive. So we want that sort of an angle. C is not going to be an answer. Some writers are inclined to believe that no such person existed. Of course, this is too vague. This is going to be out of the context altogether. Unfortunately, C is not going to be the answer. The correct answer is going to be B. Here, we're trying to understand metaphorically as to how is it that he lived, and he lived on. Let's get to the next question. Question number 2. Married men did not make good soldiers because. I think this one's pretty easy. We did talk about it as well. So why did they not make good soldiers? Again, this is an inferential question, and the reason why he did not like marriage upon the soldiers was, of course, because he knew that there is going to be an element of distraction which will come in. So clearly, they did not want to leave their families, which is why a soldier who's married would not want to go. They did not like to go to war. No, that's not the context of it. Their families did not want. Again, that's not. The emperor abolished their marriage. All of these are out of scope because the question says, why did the marriage men did not make good soldiers? So very well, the answer is going to be option A. Good job there. Next, this is easy peasy lemon squeezy. So Valentine was made a saint by, though this is specific detail, of course we know of this answer. So he was made a saint by, I think this is in the opening lines of the passage itself. Okay, so we have C coming in, which says the young lovers know. Go back to the passage, guys. You might want to read this one to confirm. Okay, so we have D and then we have C. So the second paragraph essentially mentions that Valentine was made a saint by the young love. Okay, the question does say that he was made by the young lovers. We'll just go back to the passage also one more time to be able to see which of the following is it going to be. Now, of course, most authorities agree that Saint Valentine's is the lover's saint. However, we have some, and then it further goes to talk about the fact that married men is how he was disliked. We then have a good priest of the Valentines heard this and was sad. He invited, that is all of the story. Valentine was put. There were friends of lovers who languished and died martyr to love. Okay. We then have about the Egyptians being talked about, and then the meaning of the word Valentine, so on and so forth. So over here, right in the second paragraph is where we have the idea that was being talked about. So when I say, however, some writers are inclined to believe that no such person exists, though there appears to be a proof that he was a Christian bishop and that he suffered martyrdom under the Roman Emperor Claudius. So I think we are going to believe, yes, that Valentine's was made a saint, of course, by the young lovers. Agreed. Agree to disagree is what I was starting. I was going towards the Roman church, but that's been clear. Very good job, guys. Yes, the answer is going to be C there. Next, Valentine was called a martyr to love because. Next question. Yes, yes. Okay, we might want to revisit 1 second in the second paragraph. Okay, we'll just hang on and we'll go back to the second paragraph. Now over here, he was, let's go back. However, some writers are inclined that no such Saint Valentine, where are we? Proof that he was the Christian bishop, he suffered martyrdom under all of this. The story of the Emperor Claudius issued a decree of forbidding marriage. And we're talking about which question, guys? Guys, which question are we talking? Have we moved on to question number 4 or are we still on question number 3? We've already decided for 3, right? The third question's already been taken care of. Okay, so we have over here that says, most authorities agree that Saint Valentine is the lover's saint. However, some writers are inclined to believe that no such person existed, though there appears to be a proof that he was a Christian bishop and that he suffered martyrdom under the Roman Emperor Claudius. On February, the story then goes on to speak about Claudius. Okay. That is, okay. Sorry. Okay, my bad. It's just that I'm so tall that we go on to this. Yes. The good priest Valentine heard this and was sad. He invited young lovers to come to him and secretly got them married. The emperor learned this and had Valentine put in prison. There was friend of lovers languished and died martyr to love. So we agreed on to it, right? I thought you want me to revisit the question because you have another question. I agree. right? So that is going to be something that the church, okay, here is where it is. The church made him a saint and allotted him the death. Oh, we forgot to get on to that. No, we'd want to revisit then. So what do you think we need to be getting on to? So Valentine was of course made by, yes, I got to that. I got to that. So we want to, yes, we'd rather want to get on to D. Yes, the church. Agreed. Valentine was called a martyr to love because. So why was he called a martyr to love? Yes, that one's rested, guys. Thank you so much. On to the next one. Why was he called a martyr to love? Of course, this has the mention in the fourth paragraph clearly. So what is going to be the answer? Okay, very good job. So he was called because he was sad for the young lovers? No, he got young lovers married. He died for the sake of the young lovers. Excellent. The king was put in prison? Of course not. So good job there. Yes, the answer is going to be option C. And the first manufactured valentines were usually heart-shaped. The word valentine here refers to, again, a specific detail. I think we know. The mention of this is done in the last paragraph. So the word valentine here is indicative of the mention of this was in the last paragraph. And I'd like to read the statement if required. So it's the last paragraph in the passage mentions that dash were usually heart-shaped that originated with the first manufactured valentine. So what do you think they were? So well, they're going to be, okay, so we have an array of B coming in. Very good job. Yes, it is going to be the invitation cards. The answer is going to be option B. Okay, let's bounce on to the next passage. Now again, I will first swap on to the questions, make a note of the questions, make a highlight, at least the trigger word that you require. Then we'll come back to the passage and see what does the passage have for us. The first question. What came in Lincoln's way of carrying out emancipation as a gradual process? What do you mean by the word emancipation now that we are talking about it? Does anybody have any idea? What is meant by the word emancipation? Freedom. Very good. It is liberation. So now over here, the first question says, what came in Lincoln's way of carrying out emancipation as a gradual process? Whenever the question seems to be very complicated, what you can do is you can simply swap it with easier terminologies. It becomes a lot more easier to grasp. Second question, which of the following makes Abraham Lincoln a compassionate statesman? So a feature that you find in the passage. The incident in the passage proved that Lincoln was. So again, we have to understand what sort of a person was Lincoln, citing the incidents that have been talked about in the passage. The author of the passage seems to be. So now there's one question which is going to highlight the intent of the author. According to Lincoln, the culprits of the system of slavery were. So we now have to find out the culprits of the system of slavery, of course. And then it says, which of the following is true in context of the passage? So it's a simple true, false is what we're going to figure out. Oh God, this has a lot of questions. Lincoln didn't have any hatred for the slave owners because. So why were there no hatred? Lincoln's reply to the Northerners' question regarding the treatment of Southerners proved that. So the reply went ahead to prove what? Okay. These were the list of questions that we had. Quite a lot though. Let's begin, guys, with the passage reading. Please start. Whenever you guys are ready, just let me know when should I move on to the next slide. So just write in the chat box next, turn, scroll, change, whatever it is, and I shall do as instructed. Oh no, please do not be falling asleep. I know it's a little too much, but we just have one more passage after that, and then it's going to be smaller stuff, more interesting stuff. So just hang in tight. We're on to the next slide already. Okay, Suraj, the bro code can continue upon post reading the passage. Please finish up. Ready whenever you guys are. Okay, all right. Let's begin with discussing the idea of the passage, and then we'll try and solve the questions live. So let's go. Now, again, a very easy passage at that, and it talks about one of the most revered figures that we have in history, so it was not even difficult to relate that way. So now the passage essentially highlights Abraham Lincoln's compassionate and a very dignified approach to leadership, especially during the American Civil War and his role in the abolition of slavery. Although he preferred a gradual emancipation with compensation to slave owners and support for rehabilitating the freed slaves, the Southern states' decision to secede forced him to act more swiftly. So it was upon their prompt that he had to, of course, hasten. Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation back in September 22nd, declaring that all slaves in the rebellious states would be free from January 1st. Despite this revolutionary action, Lincoln held absolutely no malice towards the slave owners, believing that entire nation bore the responsibility for the slavery that they were going through. His sense of justice was rooted in forgiveness and unity. As the war ended, he happened to advocate treating the Southerners as if they had never really rebelled, opposing vengeance and punishment. So he was not of the mean lot at all. His last recorded words express the need to overcome resentment to be able to restore humanity. So such, and this is how noble a man Abraham Lincoln was. Now that we have the answers to us, we have the gist to ourselves, let's begin with the questions. What came in Lincoln's way of carrying out emancipation as a gradual process? So he wanted to do that, but of course he could not. What came in the way? Let's see. Start flooding the chat box, guys, with your options. What do you think came in the way? I think a mention of this was also something that we discussed when we just talked about what the passage is. Okay, so we have an incoming of A. How about the other ones? Now, I hope all of you follow the technique of pre-prediction. Now, pre-prediction simply means before we look at the options, we always have to have a framework. We need to have a skeleton, like a stencil of what sort of an answer are we looking at. Otherwise, the options are deceptively similar. They are made to confuse. It's only when you have clarity of what the answer should be will you know what it is. So when I know that this is what I'm looking for and that he wanted it to be gradual, but he had to, do it quick. Now, why? What came in the way? Of course, the answer should take into account the Southerners, and it has to take into account the fact that it was because of their seceding that he had to. So whichever is going to have that element in itself will become my answer. So pre-prediction is always a very good technique. Let's see, what do we have? All right, there's an incoming of A. The haste of the South to break away from the union with the North, yes. And because he wanted to make sure that any of this happens before that, he goes and announces his aversion. So yes, A definitely can be an answer. Let's reserve this and look at the other ones. The inadequate compensation, well, inadequate compensation has nothing to do with that. His own over-enthusiasm to complete, no, he was not an over-enthusiast. He was a very grounded, he was a very noble, he was a very thought-through sort of a person. That's how the depiction has been done. So this is a negative trait is how it's been highlighted, not an answer. His proposition to give grants to the rehabilitation of slaves, no, that's not what the reason was. While he did want to do a lot of things, but it was the Southerners who forced him to speeden up the process. So of course the answer over here will have to be option A. Good job there. Let's go to the next one. Which of the following makes Abraham Lincoln a compassionate statement? So how can we say that? Which of the following is going to do that? Now understand the kind of angle that you want to give to your option. So of course, which of the following should, so we need all things positive in the option for it to be a correct answer. And that's how we're going to go hunting into the options as well. And this will have to attribute to main idea because Abraham Lincoln's characteristic trait as being depicted in the passage is what has been pivotal to the passage. So, okay, so that's C. Now let's see his hesitation. Now, I do not want a hesitation. I want no negative words because I know that the kind of idea that I wanted had to have a positive intent to it. So I don't even have to read further. His indifference, again, this cannot be an answer because he was not indifferent. His effort to force out the Black Americans from slavery, yes, pretty much. His efforts to conclude, no. Without dignity, that's not the word that I'm looking. It should have been with dignity. Then is when I would have had a positive angle to the option, which means the correct answer is going to be option C. Very good job there. Next, the incidents in the passage prove that Abraham Lincoln was. So what sort of a person was he? Let's see. What sort of a person would he become? Okay, let's see. Not a farm administrator. Well, I wanted something which is the opposite. Again, when I've already color-coded my options and everything in light of Abraham Lincoln has to be positive, I cannot look for anything that is negative. Cannot be an answer. Afraid of the majority. Now, again, afraid is a negative terminology, not unduly concerned of the safety of the, he was not unduly, he was very duly concerned, so cannot be. Sympathetic and kind-hearted statesman, yes, that's the only positive option. So even if you have not read the passage, I think it's very easy for one to know what sort of a depiction must have been done. Next, the author of the passage seems to be. So now think from the author's perspective. What do you think the author is? Now this has nothing to do with anything in the passage. It's a further application question. You have to understand what must the author's vision be, or how is it that you can purview the author to be? Now let's start. A staunch and biased critique. Now, do you think he was critiquing Abraham Lincoln? Of course not. He was in all good words. So A cannot be an answer. To advocate the system, or an advocate of the system of slavery, no. He wanted to be somebody who's, of course, if he's a proponent of Abraham Lincoln, he has to be somebody who's not advocating slavery. An opponent of the system of slavery, okay, could be, could not be, you can always reserve. Impressed with Lincoln's good qualities. Now between C and D, of course, I know for a fact that the answer will have to be D, because the author, I don't know if he was a proponent or an opponent, but he definitely held Abraham Lincoln in the highest moral. So the answer once again is going to be option D. Let's try the next. According to Lincoln, the culprits of the system of slavery were. So who all were the culprits? Now this is something that we discussed even while discussing the option. So who do you think was the culprit? Very good job there. All the people in the country, the slave owners alone, the slaves alone, both. No, that's not what it is. Everybody had to bear the responsibility of being equal culprits. So that's a hat trick, guys, over here. The answer once again is going to be option D. Let's try the next. Which of the following statement is true in context of the passage? So it's a mere true and false. We'll simply follow the information from the passage and see which of the following is going to be an answer for us. Let's begin. Lincoln hated the demand of hanging Jefferson Davis. Lincoln turned down the demand for the prosecution of rebels. Lincoln wondered how mere compensation could lead to harmony. The Civil War was fought by the Northerners and the Southerners against the enemy. So which of the following do you think is going to be true as per the passage? What is the one option that is going to be true here? Very good job. It is going to be B. Lincoln turned down the demand for the prosecution, while none of the other information can be stated to be true. Excellent job there. Next. Lincoln didn't have any hatred for the slave owners because. So why did he not have any hatred? Do we have an answer? Why did he not have any hatred? They were in vast majority. They all belonged to upper class. They would have treated him with malice. None of these. Now go ahead, take the plunge. I know none of these and all of these are the most absurd of the lot. I mean, one can never make peace with both of these two options. But yes, the answer is going to be D, which is none of these. Very well. And the last question for the passage. Lincoln's reply to the Northerners' question regarding the treatment of the Southerners proved that. So what does it go to prove? It will again have to be the kind of answer which is going to reflect, or which is going to display the characteristic trait of Abraham Lincoln. That's how the question stem is. So very good job there. The Southerners were wicked in their dealings. No, the question is about Lincoln. It is not about those guys. Lincoln did not have a revengeful attitude towards the Southerners. Yes. The Northerners were in favor. Again, Northerners was not our protagonist. The question is asking about Lincoln's behavior. So this can't be. Lincoln did not like the Southerners' act of breaking away. Now, again, that's not what it is. So very well done there. The answer is going to be option B. Very impressive job. And with that, let's just get on to the last passage, because after that, it's all just one slide work and we will not have to fret so much. For the very last time, I will move on to the questions first. Make a note of the questions so that we can begin with reading the passage. Okay. Now, according to the author, the army is. Now, again, this is a vocab in context. So we'll have to see what has been talked about and fill in the blanks. In general, when would the government of majority be good for minorities? So when is it going to be good for the minorities is what this asks. And which of the following statement would the author agree? So a simple true and false is what we require. What is, I think, starting 17, there's another set of questions that begins all together. And with that, let us begin with reading the passage. Let's go, guys. You know the drill. You simply have to write to me when is it that I need to get on to the next slide. Let's go. The last passage. Give it your entire best. Let's go. Next slide. All right. किसकी good evening अब हुई है? Okay, all right. Good evening, Kurapika. It is Kurapika, right? Oh, are you? I'm so sorry. Have you studied from me? So good to have you then. Should we begin? Good to go? Can we start or are we still figuring out what the answers or what the passage is about? So I'm just going to bend down. Yes, of course. I'm so sorry. Now, my height is always an issue with YT classes because I'm right in front of the digiboard and I'm yet tall that I always reach the top of the digiboard. Ready whenever you guys are? Done? Okay. All right. Now, first things first, we are going to talk about the passage. So let's see what does the passage have for us. Match what I dictate as the idea with your understanding to be able to know what the passage is about. So the passage, which tends to be echoing Henry David's philosophy, argues for minimal government intervention, asserting that the best government is the one which governs the least or not at all, once people are morally ready for it. Government is seen as necessary but a flawed tool, prone to abuse, just like the standing army. The author begins to criticize the rule of the majority, noting that it is based more on physical power than the moral correctness, the moral uprightness, and questions whether laws decided by majorities can truly represent justice. Instead, he champions in the passage about the individual conscience, the conscious over blind obedience to the law, and also tends to insist that people should act according to what is right rather than just merely the authority. Towards the end, he concludes that laws do not inherently make people just. In fact, respect of law is what can lead to even better individuals, and the ones who commit to injustice will want to reconsider or rethink about themselves if that is the kind of morality that is installed. So yes, that is exactly what the passage is about. And with that, let's move on to the questions. The first question that we have. According to the author of the paragraph, army is. Let's see, what is the army? What do we have? Is it required? Is it fallible? Is it must? Is it a necessary evil? So the army is a necessary evil? Not really. Is it? Are you sure? It says the army is. Now, if you just go back to the first passage, it goes about by saying that the government is not a requirement, just as, it comes the objection which have been brought against a standing army. So there's been an analogy that has been made with the standing army. And it speaks about the fact that just as, standing army is only an arm of the standing government, it's not something that is really required. So what can be done or what can be understood about the army? You might want to reconsider your option. Okay. Okay, so we have A coming in and then we have, right. Required, not so much because he was not really pro with that idea. Fallible. The word fallible basically means somebody who's capable of making mistakes or being wrong. So yes, the army can also be wrong. Must is not what it is, because must and required then of course will be synonymous. So if not A, then clearly not C. A necessary evil, while an oxymoron, but a necessary evil is not what it is, because the author went about by saying it's the morality of the people that is really required and not. So if that is instilled, you will have better citizen than a heavy hand of authority. So not a necessary evil either. Our answer is going to be B, which is fallible. Next, in general, when would government of majority be good for minorities? So when is that going to be? When do you think it is going to be? It had a very specific word. The word was also used in the passage at large. And even while we discussed, the passage compares how the government is not required as a flawed piece which can never be truly good or fair, which makes me believe that the army which is being used. No, okay. Now, Suryansh, you have to understand the army was being used as an analogy to the government. It went about by saying, and throughout the passage, we understand that the government was not something that the author was very pro with, or of course, Henry was very pro with. So now over here, if I were to talk about the characteristic trait of the army, the reason why I said or why we've chosen the word fallible, in fact, goes to say why your description is correct. Fallible means somebody who's capable of course, making mistakes or being wrong, right? So it's going to be the kind of idea which says about the fact that they can also be faulty. And that is just how the government has also been depicted. The fact that one should not allow the army to have a heavy hand because they can also be wrong. So can the government be. So no authoritarian rule should be done. In fact, we want citizens to be conscious, citizens knowing their moral parameters as to what is right and what is wrong. Which is why the word fallible in the first place, because fallible goes to say that not somebody who's perfectly, not somebody who's within the bounds of it. So that's how we've in fact gone to that as an answer. Out of the lot, okay. Also, this brings me to another very important discussion, and that is, answer to hamesha wahi lagana padega out of the 4 options that are there, right? So I might also not be a very big fan of the word fallible, but definitely not a necessary evil. That's not what it is. What is necessary in the passage is the morality. So if must and required were not the options, what do we have? So of the lot, what was the one thing that I could agree upon? Maybe with a certain each, but then I don't have any other option. So this is also these are also some ways in which you might want to come around to the idea of it. Right? Okay. Let's get on to the next over here. In general, when will the government of the majority be good to the minorities? So I think this is very clear. Yes, very good when it is consensus. So yes, the answer will have to be D, when they have that moral enlightenment, mode to themselves. And the next, which of the following statement would the author agree with the most? So which of the following do you think is he simply going to agree with? Okay, so we have C. How about the other ones? Now, when you simply go by saying are not required, isn't that a little too extreme, Suryansh? In fact, if you understand the main idea of the passage, the whole passage has been prepared with the idea of showing that men and their conscience is a lot bigger than the government. So which one do you think tends to have that essence to itself? Very good job, guys. The answer is going to be A. Men are bigger than the government. So men over here does not mean the individualistic self, rather it's the morality. It's the kind of code of conduct that you have that is always bigger than the government. So we might not even go to the extent of needing a government if everybody is a virtuous, if everybody is a righteous citizen. So yes, the answer will be option A. And with that, we come to an end to the reading comprehension. Thank God. You all have broken a sweat. I think you've been doing that since morning. So let's get done with the RCs and get to the fun part of the preparation now, which are vocabularies, parajumbles, and of course, the much revered, the much liked grammar. Let's get to this. Now we'll speed up a little bit so that we are able to finish all of the questions that we have. What do you think is the correct synonym for attract? Answers. It is going to be allure. Very good. Repulsion cannot be. Dissuade is the opposite of persuade, which means to not have anyone convinced, and discourage, of course, is the opposite of courage. So very good job. The answer is going to be A. Allure means to attract. Next. What do you think is the correct synonym for reprimand? So reprimand is going to be, which of the following is the correct synonym? Very good job there. Yes, it is going to be to admonish. Reprimand basically means to warn or to scold somebody very heavily. So when you get down very heavy onto the person, that is what is called reprimand. So it is going to be to admonish. Compliment, laud, and extol, they are all the opposite. Extol in itself also means to praise somebody very enthusiastically. That is not going to be the answer. The correct answer becomes option C. Next. What is the correct synonym of determined? The correct synonym for determined is going to be good job there. It is going to be adamant. Now I know adamant comes with a negative touch to itself, but determined is going to be somebody who is very resolute. Somebody who is very convinced that this is how things have to be. So there will always be a sense of adamancy. There will always be this, sternness, the firmness that is going to be there. So I think that's the only word that we have over here. Flexible is somebody who's going to be an ambivert, both sides. Lenient and weak will not be at all. So yes, the correct answer will be option A. Next, what is the antonym of decrease? The antonym, guys. The antonym of decrease becomes very well. Yes, it is accrue. So the word accrue basically means to accumulate or to receive payment. So something that is adding on to it. Decrease means the negative. I mean, it means the opposite of it. Cease means to stop, depart is different, demise is the fatal end or the failure of something. None of these are going to fit. The correct answer will be option C. Next, the correct antonym of stupid. Let's see, what do we have for stupid? Now, stupid, of course, is going to be somebody who is very, who doesn't have any moral act. Okay, no, I can't say the word, sorry. What do you think is going to be? Very well. Yes, it's going to be acumen. So acumen basically means the mental prowess that you have, the ability to be able to make quick, very insightful, very accurate decisions. So yes, it is going to be C. Next, what is the correct antonym of flexible? I think we've just touched base with this word. Just 2 questions back. That could have been the greatest hint I could have dropped. The biggest. Yes, it will have to be adamant. Now, lenient, of course, not. Willing will not be the antonym for flexible. Indefinite, of course, not. So it will have to be adamant. So flexible is somebody who would go both ways. Adamant becomes a stubborn person. Now fill in the blanks with the contextually correct word. Please be my guest. Do the honors. Read the statement. Let me know what you think the correct answer is. I will just bend down. Okay. Let's see what do we have as the answers. Just 1 second. Okay, that's an incoming for A. Now, although the storm continued to rage outside, the howling winds and torrential rain gradually began to dash, bringing a sense of relief. So, of course, there was torrential rain outside, but then there was a sense of relief, which means the rains should have lowered down or reduced. So, the idea of reduce that we have is abate. The correct answer will be A. Revive means to bring back or to restore, not an answer. Rise is upward, not an answer. Expand means to increase in size or scope. Again, not an answer. The only option that we have is A. On to the next one, please. Okay, let's see. Faced with mounting pressure and controversy, the king decided to dash the throne, leaving the kingdom in the hands of inexperienced successors. So, of course, he decided to give up, is the kind of idea that we want. Let's see. Assume cannot be an answer because assume means to take on or to be able to, chair the office or the responsibility. That's not what it is. Retain is not the kind of idea, nor is undertake, because obviously the kind of idea that we want is to relinquish, to give up. So the word that means the same is abdicate. He abdicated the throne, that is to give up. Next, question number 25, please. All right, let's see. Although usually well behaved, his recent dash behavior surprised everyone at the party. So his recent aberrant behavior. So aberrant basically means something that is a departure from the normal conduct. So that is the kind of, because although he was starts with a contradiction and that he is a usual self, so we need the opposite of it. Normal, regular, usual will not be the word. So yes, the correct answer will be option C. Next, 26. Are we ready with the answer? Question number 26, guys. Okay, all right. The construction project was put in dash until the necessary permits were obtained. Of course, so we want the kind of idea wherein it was deferred. It was temporarily put to some sort of suspension. So the kind of word that we are looking for is abeyance. The correct answer is going to be abeyance. Continuation, furtherance, endurance. Now, endurance is slightly different. It means to the ability to be able to withstand the hardship, not the kind of word that we want. So, yes, the correct word becomes option B. Let's look at the next. Now, we have to find out the figures of speech that we have. He drank so much last night that he went home and blew chunks all night. So, what do you think it is going to be? Now, for figures of speech, always remember you must explore from the options only. A singular statement can always be more than one figure of speech. So ultimately, it is for you to decide which of the following is going to be the right fit. So check the statement and only then go ahead. Now, metonymy, for example, means the kind of figure of speech wherein we need to have a word for the, there is going to be one word which is going to talk about whatever be the kind of idea that's been spoken. That is what becomes a metonymy. So, for example, the crown is a metonymy for the king. But of course, that's not the kind of idea that we have. So you take the characteristic trait of the figure of speech and then deploy it onto the statement to see. Now, you know for a fact that this cannot be. Let's try with the other ones. Which one do you think is going to be the answer? Okay. So we have D coming in. Euphemism. Okay. And yes. Harry drank so much last night that he went home and blew chunks all night. So when you vomit, what comes out is the chunk that you've eaten, right? So when you're blowing chunks all night, it means, of course, you were probably just your head in the commode and that is what was happening. So euphemism is going to be our answer because euphemism is a figure of speech wherein we replace the harsh words with a slightly sensitive or a slightly politer version of saying. So instead of saying that he was sloshed completely, and saying things that might just hurt him, we used simpler language to tell or narrate about his state. So yes, the answer will be D. Now, epigram is a quick, witty saying, a pithy saying. That's not what it is. Anaphora also cannot be because we have no such trait. Let's try the next. Next figure of speech. The boulder hit the ground with a resounding thud. I think we know what this is. This one's very easy. Yes, Arushi, chunks over here is going to be puking. Okay, yes, of course, Suraj. I can explain all of them in brief. Like I think I explained all of them. Anaphora was what remained. Anaphora basically means repetition of the same line again and again. So say, for example, chorus. In a song chorus, we have the same three lines that keep coming again and again. So the repetition of the idea to create emphasis is what is called anaphora. Now let's see over here. The boulder hit the ground with a resounding thud. Now it cannot be an irony because irony means anything that is happening in contradiction to what has been expected. So for example, the thief robbed the police station. Now this is an irony. Why? Because what you expect is that in the police station, out of all the places, there can be no robbery, but it happened. So when something happens against or in contradiction to your real-time thinking is what becomes of irony. Litotes are basically double negatives. So when you use two negative ideas to give out a positive idea, why does it become a positive idea? Because minus minus plus. So if I say she's not that beautiful also, or she's not very beautiful. So when I say she's not very beautiful, it has an N word to itself. And then the moment I say she's not very beautiful, the kind of idea comes out is she's beautiful, but maybe not so much. So ultimately, it's an affirmative idea that comes out, but then it is an understatement with a negative word. That is what a litote is. Understatement is when you take down the value of that statement. So if I say you got a 99 in your boards, you could have done better. How much more better? But that's an understatement. Onomatopoeia is the sound. The moment you have a word that denotes the sound is what becomes a onomatopoeia. So when it becomes a resounding thud, so a thud is a sound, a typical sound when something falls heavy and hard. And hence our answer over here is going to be option D, which is onomatopoeia. Let's see the next. Choose the option. I love you 3,000 times. I think everybody would know of this. What do you think the answer is? I love you 3,000 times. The answer to this is going to be very well. It is going to be hyperbole. Hyperbole is exaggeration. Obviously, you can't love somebody 3,000 times, but that's just a figurative way of speaking. A metaphor is when two unlike things are being brought together to make a symbolic, a connection between the idea. That is what becomes of a metaphor. There's no metaphorical idea over here. Simile will always have two things that are being brought to comparison using like or as, and they have to be things that are common with each other. Cannot be irony, we just did. It has to be something which has to be in contradiction to your expectation, to reality. Cannot be an answer. Hyperbole is exaggeration. Ever seen mums? The moment you tell them to, get your glass of water, I have 1,000 things to do. How do you even expect that I do this? And so on and so forth starts the, lecture. I mean, how is it humanly possible to have 1,000 chores a day? It's not possible, but then that's how they do it. So they make a mountain out of a molehill. And that is exactly what an exaggeration is. Let's get on to the next. Parajumbles, guys, you have the options. Let's go ahead, read, and I'll wait for you to ping the options. I'm just going to slide down, start on to the parajumbles quickly. Let's go. Find the mandatory pairs first and then chase the sequence. That's how we always do. Punch in your answers, guys, whenever you're ready. Okay, all right. So we have the options coming in. First things first, we will be reading all of the options. So let's begin with that and then see which of the following would be the most appropriate of the lot. Now, we know a great deal about the civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia, for they have left us written material which has been satisfactorily deciphered. Several brilliant efforts have been made to read the Indus scales, but none so far has succeeded. Our knowledge of the Indus civilization is inadequate in many respects, and it must be classed as prehistoric, for it has no history in the strict sense of the term. The Indus people, on the other hand, did not engrave long inscriptions on stone or place papyrus scrolls in the tombs of the dead. All that we know of their writing is derived from the brief inscriptions of their seals. And then it says, in the early part of the third millennium civilization, in the sense of an organized system of government over a comparatively large area, developed nearly simultaneously in the river valleys of the Nile, Euphrates, and Indus. Okay, now let's see which of the following is going to be the beginner. Now the rule says the past always comes first. So by default, we have to know that our opener will have to be E, because here is where the mention of the third millennium, the century, is being done. And this is what sets the tone for what is going to happen next, which means A and D stand eliminated. They cannot be an answer. Now E, A, and D are common in both of them, which means that is exactly how the series is going to be. So beginning with E, then going on to A. We know a great deal about the civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia, something that we get from here. For it talks about the civilization, for they have left us with written material that has been satisfactorily deciphered. The Indus people, on the other hand, did not engrave a lot. It is derived from the brief inscription of their seal. Now we simply have to see which of the following. Whatever has to be a continuation, it has to be about all that we know of the writing that is delivered from the brief inscription of the seal. So we'll continue on the same idea. Let's see between B and C. Several brilliant efforts have been made to read the Indus scales. Well, makes sense because inscription was the last idea and that is what we had to decipher. So goes on to talking about how the reading of the scales is being done. Makes sense. Obviously we can have B, but we'll also see C. Our knowledge of the Indus is inadequate in many respects. No, that's not what it is going to be, because the last continuing idea with which it has to make nexus has to be with reading. So the series is going to be E, A, D, B, C, and not C, B. The correct answer over here is going to be option B. Well, I hope that was clear for everybody. Let's try our hands on the next one, please. Let's go. Please begin. Find an opener, find the mandatory pairs, and that's the way to go about with it. Okay, all right, let's start. Now, you can also lead by the options. Now, since the option read as B, D, A, and B, which means these will have to be the starters, let's begin reading with B to be able to see. Or let's read all the statements in the first go. VVIPs should stick to the schedule given to them. VVIPs could save travelers from delay if they're punctual. Okay, in cities that have more than one airport, VVIPs can also be flown from the base where the air traffic is lesser so that the congestion is avoided. In Delhi, we have the Palam Airport, which has a 9,000-foot long runway. VVIP movement can be scheduled to avoid chaos. This way, all authorities are likely to be affected by the movement and can plan better. So, of course, it begins with the VVIP because they are the protagonist. So, we will have to begin with a statement that has the VVIPs. Now, we know for a fact that we cannot be beginning with D because D says in Delhi. Now, this is an example that is being given to be able to, further extend the idea that a simple change of the runway can help evade a lot of chaos. So, D is not going to be the answer clearly. Now, between A and B, let's see. VVIP should stick to the given schedule. VVIPs could save travelers from delay if they are punctual. Between B and A, I know that I have to be starting with a B and not an A. Because the moment I say they should stick to the schedule, there has to be a cause and an effect. There cannot be an effect and an effect. So VVIPs could save from the delay, so that be the cause. And how are they going to do it? Provided that they be punctual. So clearly the series should have a B and an A, which means we can eliminate A and B as well. Now we have to see whether it's going to be C or E, and there is where we will have the answer. So then it says stick to the schedule that has been given to them. This way, all authorities are likely to be affected by the movement that are affected by the movement can plan better. Okay. This way, now this is a demonstrative pronoun, which means there is a way, and way could be sticking to the schedule. Makes sense? It's a noun pronoun mandatory pair that has been made here. So let's keep that. We'll also try C. In cities that have more, no, you don't have to start speaking about the cities, because from the cities will come Delhi. C and D is definitely a mandatory pair, but we also have to fit in the authorities, and the authorities are in direct cause and effect with the VVIPs, which means the correct series over here is going to be B, A, E, C, D. Option A being the correct answer. Please make sure that you're applying the mandatory pairs, guys. It always comes in very handy. Let's try the next. There you go. Let's rearrange and see which of the following is going to be the correct option. Start, please. Okay, Arushi, the reason why it cannot be D, guys, I'm just going to go back to the previous slide. Now, the reason why it cannot be D is because BA was common in both of them. Now, this comes with BA post that being CD. Now, the reason why we will not have CD is because the moment I say VVIPs should stick to the schedule that has been given to them. Okay, so there's been a schedule that has been given to them. Now, there can be a cause and an effect with A and E. So this way, all authorities that are likely to be affected by their movements can plan better. So everybody who's then going to be, under the radar of it can, of course, plan better. This can then, and then we simply go on to giving the example of the cities and further helping us justify. But the moment you put a C and a D, which is, of course, about the city, the last statement in C says, scheduled where to avoid chaos in the Indira Gandhi International Airport. This way, authorities know. Now, if you started to talk about the cities and you're giving an example as to how the Palam airport can actually help cut the chaotic clout which is there, then we don't jump onto authorities. It makes no sense. All the information that we have must make a nexus with each other. So when you talk about the inconvenience that has been made by the VVIPs, you can talk about how the inconvenience to the authorities is also being caused. It has the same subject line. Versus when we use the cities and Delhi as an example, I mean, you can't just insert the authorities then. It makes no sense because we've moved on to the airports and how taking to a different airport can actually help. So now what we're doing is we're going on to the lines of giving a course of action, how to cure that issue. So it's not going to be B, it is going to be A. All right. All right, let's see, 32. Let's go. Okay, all right, let's see what do we have over here. Let's begin reading. The resilient dragon can grow to 3 meter long and weigh more than 90 kgs. Hundreds of carnivore dragons can outrun humans and tackle massive water buffaloes live here. Yet the place is teeming with dragons. The place is remote, scorching hot, and barren as a bone. Indonesia's Komodo National Park is not your typical tourist destination. So I know that by default over here, I'll want to begin with an E. Now with E, D is a given, which means E and D have to be together. The place is remote, scorching place, and barren as a bone. Next is a choice between A and C. The resilient dragon. Now, how do you begin with the dragon? Of course, there will have to be an introductory line to the dragon. So it is barren as a bone, yet the place is teeming with dragons is what makes sense. There is where you can begin you can introduce the idea of dragons and then continue on the characteristic trait of the dragons. So we will have the answer to be E, D, C, B, A, which makes it option D. Good job there. Let's get to the next. Now we have to find which of the following part of the sentence has an error. If there's no error, you simply put a D. Let's go, guys. What do you think the answer is going to be? So learner, you've written that is there any chance that one of the two similar options may be the answer? No, I mean there's no consistent rule like that. They might not also. So I mean you're trying to ask that you can get drawn to an option and then begin to only evaluate versus those two options because they're deceptively close. But don't do that because sometimes the parajumbles, it might just be a trick to confuse you and have you spend time, but that's not going to be, it's not going to be a profitable investment. So don't get into that. Okay, let's see. So we have C coming in as the answer. Now there is fewer furniture in this house than the previous one. No error. Okay, why C? What do you think the error in C is? Because the previous one is okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. If you're trying to complete the degree of comparison, it can work without that also. But there's another issue with the statement. There is an error. Very good. The error is in part A. Furniture is an uncountable noun, guys. And uncountable nouns cannot take countable determiners. It should have been, there is lesser furniture in this house. You cannot add a quantifiable determiner to uncountable nouns. Let's go next. His condition has been deteriorating day by day, no error. Yes, Arushi. Shouldn't it have been what? So you want to say that there is fewer furniture than in the previous. Like I said, you want to complete the degree of comparison, but then there's a graver error. I mean, there's nothing wrong just by saying the previous one. There's nothing wrong with that either. There's nothing grammatically wrong. What you're doing is you're just making a correct sentence more correct. But then there is a very visible error, no? That cannot be bypassed. So it'll be A. Let's go for 34. What do you think the answer for 34 is to be? Very well. Yes, the answer will be D. It's a hard pill to swallow because no error is not something that, we can agree with. But yes, his condition has been deteriorating day by day and that is all correct. So yes, the answer will be D, which is no error. On to the next. Choose the grammatically correct option from the following. Let's go. Please begin. Let me know what you think the answer will be. Okay, all right. Let's see. Choose the grammatically correct option from the following. The answer that is coming in is C. The teacher will be able to visit our schools and compare our teaching methods with their own. Perfect. Let's see the other ones. The teachers will be able to visit our school and compare our teaching method to their own. Now over here, we'll be able to visit our schools and compare our teaching methods. To is wrong. That's not the kind of preposition that we want. For again is wrong. We need a with. Now the last one, the teachers will be able to visit our school and compare their, no, it is going, a comparison is going to be made of ours with theirs, not theirs with ours. So yes, the answer is going to be option C. The next one, choose the grammatically correct option from the following. Let's go. Okay, all right. So we have A coming in. Could you give me the amount that you filled out in the check which was sent? Makes sense, yes. Could you give me the amount what you filled? This is wrong. Could you give me the amount of which? Again, a wrong pronoun. Could you give me the amount wherein you filled? No, that's again not going to be. So very good job there. The answer will be option A. Let's try the next. Back to parajumbles. Choose the correct sequence and let me know what option do you think is going to be correct. Let's go. Do you want me to see check ki spelling? Oh yeah, I mean that's a misprint and all of them. So we'll just let it be. That's a content team's error. That's not yours. But then the good part was it was unanimously in all the four. So it was a uniform error, which means it was not an error per se. Okay, so we have B and then we have D coming in. Let's see which of the following is going to be the correct answer. Now, B and D both start with a B. Now, Valmiki's writing was inspired by ambition, whereas Hanuman's inspiration was his pure devotion and affection for Ram. Okay, so we know that we're not starting with an A. Now that we know all of the sentences were about Hanuman, so we have nothing about, Valmiki's writing. Now getting on to which of the following, so it's a B, A, B, C, and B, D. Now that it says Hanuman did this without the expectation that his exquisitely written Ramayana will make him famous. Okay, that's why Hanuman's Ramayana reads so much better, and it is his way of expressing his deep love for. Okay. Now that we have, and all of these probably seem to be making some sense or the other. So what we're going to do is we're going to find a mandatory pair for ourselves and then try the elimination technique. So now over here, the moment I go about by saying it is his way of expressing his deep love for Ram, right? And then obviously the way you express it would have been done in a written format, and that he did not want any accolades of being famous, but it was just his gratitude to Ram, which is why he had written. Which means I know for a fact that D and A must be together, because that's why it gives us a reason as to why he wrote. So he wrote for his devotion, he did not write for the publicity. So these make two sides of the same idea. So I know for a fact that it'll have to be D and A, because we always say the not only and then but also aspect later. So it'll have to be a DNA. Now I'll see which of the following has a DNA in itself, and I think we have the answer right there. The correct answer is going to be option C. So sometimes grammar can also help you get these statements together. So unfortunately, none of you got this one right, but then that's okay. Please don't lose heart. You have another one to redeem yourself. On to the next one. Please go. Ping in your answers whenever you're ready. I think this one's very easy. All right, and yes, so we have D coming in. Let's just read D and C. Now, before falling asleep at the end of the day, write down on a piece of paper 10 positive things that happened to you during the day. Followed by, it could be anything from enjoying a snack, cracking a joke, or making someone laugh, seeing a beautiful bird, staying calm in the conflict, anything. Just write the positives that you felt that day. You will soon realize that world is filled with amazing beauties and wonders. Excellent job there. Yes, the answer is going to be option D. The second last question for today's extra long marathon. Let's get on to it. Just two more to go, guys, and then you all have earned all of the free time that you can then spend until you sleep. 39. Let's go, guys. Okay, so we have A coming in as the answer. Now let's see, beginning with from Europe and the US all the way to the Asian and Oceania. Indo-Pacific is the new geostrategic reality that which cannot be ignored. China employed its entire might in trying to discredit the narrative, and yet it has turned out to be one of the most significant diplomatic failures of Beijing, that it could not prevent the, the ideational rise and operational establishment of the new maritime geography. I think this was the easiest of the lot. A, B, C, D, excellent, guys, and everybody's got A as well. And on to the last one. Let's end it on the highest note. Give me an answer for this. Till a few months back, China's rise was dash as a given. So China's rise was so the rise was dash as a given. Very well done there. It was taken as a given. So when something is taken means it was by default, it was considered to be granted. And with that, we come to an end. What an amazing, it went like a breeze. I mean, what an amazing session I had. I don't really know about you guys. Well, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that you all also had a fun time. But you guys have been performing, like I said in the starting, phenomenally. With the way you've gotten the answers right, I mean, all of it is so credible, and it seems it's a clear-cut indication of how well you guys are prepared. That's going to be it from my side. I hope and I wish all the very best to each of you. You guys are doing, like I said, a wonderful job, and your preparation seems to be very, very impressive. And I mean, why only Kozhikode? Let's aim that we are able to crack all of the other good colleges that we have and make the best in the careers that we select for ourselves. You guys have earned, like I said, the break that you can now enjoy, because doing a 9-hour marathon, struggling, staying put all throughout, it's not an easy job. And you guys, of course, have owned the 9 hours and you've done phenomenally well. So nothing that I can say but only great words for all of you. Thank you so much for being a part. It felt like a breeze. The 2 hours went, I do not even know where. They just went out in thin air. I hope all things that we did and the things that you did go wrong with are the ones that you did understand. Make sure that you work on the places that you understood via the marathon as to being your weaklings, so that there is no stopping and you become a formidable force. Thank you so much, everybody. That's going to be it. I'm going to be signing off now. Good night. Take some rest. Give your eyes a little bit of break before you jump back to your Instagram to be able to see what's happening around the world. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye-bye.